All right, good morning. In the interest of time, as we have a very busy agenda today, I would invite people to take your seats so we can start promptly. Thank you.
He's not coming.
But you'll come a bit later, whether or not you come during your session.
Okay, you want to sit in the CEO spot?
Good morning, Council. So we will start very shortly. I think we have quorum still from council members here, council members online. So I will pass it over to the co-chair so he can kick us off today.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll now kick off today's session with agenda item 15, which is report of the chairperson of the STAP. So I'll now invite Rosina to present the STAP report. Over to you, Rosina. Yep,
Okay, you're good to go.
Oh, red is good. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Good morning. My presentation features several wonders of nature from the Peruvian Amazon, where I recently visited. So I know several of you can shout out the names as I show them. But this is one of those dazzling creatures, the white-throated toucan, and it's found in South America throughout the Amazon basin. So that enormous bill helps it reach into hard places for food, but it makes it hard to eat. And so the food then, as you can see, is usually tossed up into the air and caught further back towards the throat so it can be swallowed. So there you see him skillfully catching a seed. And that reminded me of a saying from an old Chinese proverb, Lao Tzu, that's relevant to our GEF partnership as we begin the replenishment, that great acts are made up of many, many small deeds. Okay, next, here is the current composition of the staff. Oops, no, that's not it. Well, that's cute, but no, I don't know. Oh, there you go. Everyone is present at this council meeting, and if they want to stand up, you can see. I hope everyone has been chatting with them, and I hope that you will continue to chat with them throughout the week. Okay, next is the order of my talk. First, as always, I'll give you an update on some science, and then that'll be followed by a summary of STAP's recent activities and key messages from our 3 new reports, and then I'll conclude, as always, with observations on the work program. So, let's get on with the new science. Okay, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, put out a recent state of our climate and confirmed that the warming trend we observed in 2023 continues into 2024. Although long-term warming has not yet exceeded the aspirational 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is the warmest year in the 175-year observational record. And so with rising ocean temperatures, they also reached a 65-year record. And the rate of sea level rise in the recent decade actually doubled the rate between 1993 and 2003. So we are, as you know, experiencing high impact climate events, including heat waves, wildfires, droughts, and floods. And the last bullet there, a recent publication indicates that even if we achieve, which I hope we do, the 1.5 degree C target, it'll lead to significant losses from polar ice sheets, which of course can lead to damage to coastal populations and a challenge to adaptation. The next slide is also by the WMO. And what I thought was particularly useful here is they provided some regional climate information. So this year, on here, the first one on Africa shows that the average temperature across Africa was the warmest or second warmest on record. Sea surface temperatures reached record highs, and there was particularly rapid warming in the Atlantic Ocean near Africa and in the Mediterranean seas. And there were also exceptionally heavy rainfall and devastating floods, causing widespread fatalities, displacement, and infrastructure damage. And so, for example, the torrential rains particularly impacted people in Nigeria, in Niger, in Chad, in Cameroon, and in the Central African Republic. And simultaneously, prolonged drought in Southern Africa led to widespread crop failure and significant, therefore, humanitarian challenges. And critically low water levels in Lake Kariba, the world's largest man-made reservoir, caused significant electricity shortages in Zambia and Zimbabwe. The second report is here now on Latin America and Caribbean. And for that area, 2024 was also the warmest or second warmest on record. The region experienced widespread drought across the Amazonia and Pantanal regions, which are significant ecosystems in South America. But there were also droughts in Belize and in Northeast Mexico. The Rio Negro, a major tributary of the Amazon basin, reached a record low. And heavy rainfall, though, in Brazil's Rio Grande do Sul led to floods, becoming the country's worst climate-related disaster. And it appears that the loss to the agricultural sector alone was about 8.5 billion Brazilian real. We also know several wildfires that were fueled by drought and extreme heat waves in the Amazon and Pantanal, as well as in central Chile, Belize, and Mexico. And Belize had its worst wildfire in recent history. And Hurricane Beryl was Grenada's strongest on record. So lots of extreme events. And Venezuela became the second country in the world to lose all its glaciers with the disappearance of the Humboldt Glacier. And just last week, a glacial collapse in Switzerland destroyed an entire village. Next, I want to show a visual illustration of the progression of global warming. And this is NASA's climate spiral, which has now been updated to April of this year. And each loop represents a year since 1880, and the colors you see transition from blue, cooler colors to intense reds as the temperatures rise. And the spiral extends outward over time, and that shows the acceleration of global temperature increases, underscoring, obviously, the urgency to address climate change. Next, my next few slides will highlight the cascading effects of climate change with new information on ecosystems, humans, and our economies. So first, on coral reefs. In April, the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, in partnership with the International Coral Reef Initiative, confirmed that the world is in the midst of a fourth global coral bleaching event. And in this event, from the last 2 years, the heat stress impacted 84% of the world's corals. Mass coral bleaching was also documented in 83 countries and territories. So this makes it the largest ever global coral bleaching. And if you look at the lower part of this slide, you see the maximum accumulated heat stress experienced by coral reefs over the last 2 years. Well, all you need to see is that almost area is red to brown to dark purple, which is the most extreme level. So we know that corals give us a lot of ecosystem services, such as coastal protection, fisheries, habitat, tourism, etc. Okay, but I know a lot of you have young children, and they likely have seen Finding Nemo, the movie, and that movie made this clownfish, orange clownfish, famous. But a new study from Kimbe, Papua New Guinea shows that clownfish are shrinking to cope with these marine heat waves, and that's a way they can save energy. And it was a big surprise to find this. And so the clownfish have a 78% higher chance of surviving heat waves when they shrink alongside their breeding partner, obviously. So the bad news is that finding Nemo may become more difficult, but the good news is that he and she seem to be adapting. All right, next. Climate change threatens wild animals. In a recent paper, examines the risk of climate change to global animal populations and looked at 70,000 species spanning 35 taxonomic classes. And it showed that climate change is already the third major driver of species destruction. It's joining, unfortunately, habitat alteration and overexploitation. And the scientists are calling this shift from a twin to a triple threat, and conclude a quarter of these species are threatened by climate change. Now, marine invertebrates, species I used to study that you see there on the left, are particularly affected because they absorb the majority of the ocean heat, and population collapses are already happening across a broad range of species and geographies, from the coral reefs I just showed you, and also among these gorgeous and critical marine invertebrates. Okay, next, tropical forest loss. On the left circle, a new World Resources Institute report found that wildfires, which you see as the darkest brown color, were responsible for about 13% of tropical forest loss over the last 2 decades. And agriculture, or orange, was the primary cause. But on the right, in 2024, for the first time, you see fire, brown, was the biggest cause of tropical forest loss at about 50%. Actually, in 2024, nearly 5 times as much primary tropical forest burned as in 2023. The weather was hotter and drier. And you see some statistics there that tropical forests disappeared at an alarming rate of 13 soccer fields every minute in the last year, particularly in Latin American countries. But the report also highlighted measures for addressing forest loss. And of course, it is great that the GEF is already supporting these across its integrated programs, its focal area investments, such as providing financing for protection and restoration, for advancing community-led forest economies, for aligning deforestation reduction efforts with biodiversity goals, nature-based solutions, as we heard yesterday, and promoting measures to reduce subsidies for activities that drive deforestation. Okay, how about one on global crop yields? Again, the increased warming and the dryness of air over the last 50 years have reduced crop yields. And this is a brand new paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And the global yields of wheat, maize, and barley have been reduced by 10%, 4%, 13% respectively, compared to what they would have been without climate change. And those losses more than exceed any potential gains that you might get from the carbon dioxide fertilization effect. And so the map and the bar chart refer to crop destruction specifically from extreme events. So the map just shows you that all regions have experienced crop losses due to climate-related extreme events. And you can look later at the color of the dots and you can see what those extreme events were. And the bar chart shows that the important staple crops, first maize on that bar, second rice, and third wheat, are the ones most often destroyed. All right, how about moving to water? So another new study in Science assessed soil moisture trends over the last 4 decades and concluded that rising atmospheric and ocean temperatures have altered terrestrial water circulation such that there is now a substantial and potentially irreversible reduction in the Earth's water storage ability. And if you look, I show you soil moisture for Africa in the first chart, for Asia, for South America, and then the last one is global. But you can see that the water storage ability, the soil moisture plummeted between 2000 and 2020. Okay, and more on drought, which is becoming a big topic and coming to the forefront of GEF 9. Another recent study demonstrated that changes in land use and land cover have increased droughts. Now, all you really need to do is see that the brown areas are increasing over the last 65 years. So panel A is how often, the frequency. Panel B is the duration or how long over the world's surface, and C is the severity. But you can just see the dark brown areas are key regions where the GEF invests, including South America, tropical Africa, India, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Europe. So the study recommends reforestation whenever possible as a solution, which is of course something the GEF is focused on. Okay, on to economic damages. This is another interesting new paper. So it said, you know how we normally assess the impact of climate change on the economy? We tend to look at weather damage in a country and how it affects that economy, but we don't necessarily consider weather conditions outside of that country. But we all know that countries and economies are, of course, interconnected through supply chains. And so when weather changes in other countries are not considered, the 2 model projections on the left, labeled without global weather, are the impact on GDP is less than when the 2 on the right, global weather, is considered. And that's because the color, and you can see that because the colors on the map get darker when you consider global weather. Well, of course, this is yet another compelling argument for implementing the multilateral environmental agreements and for continuing programming through integrated and regional approaches that can bring countries together to collaboratively address challenges. And on biodiversity, the IPBES, I think you know that stands for the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, released 2 new reports. The first there is its Nexus report looking at interlinkages across biodiversity, water, food, health. And it reiterates, of course, that biodiversity is declining at every level from global to local. And it raised concerns, though, that nature is not being prioritized enough. And even more, now that it mentions $50 trillion in annual global activity, depends on nature. Well, we talked about that 2 councils ago because the World Economic Forum also concluded that number. And that is, another way to say it is, it's half of global GDP. Okay, the IPBES also released its transformative change assessment and concludes, as we all know, there's a closing window of opportunity to halt and reverse biodiversity loss and prevent triggering irreversible decline or collapse. And this report calculated that if we address biodiversity loss now, more than $10 trillion in business opportunities could be there and support nearly 400 million jobs by 2030. And they also argue, of course, and as we think about transformational change a lot here, that solutions must be underpinned by principles of equity, respect, inclusion, and adaptive learning and action, while moving for systemic change. And both reports highlight the importance of systems thinking, embracing an integrated approach, and promoting policy coherence, actions the GEF is taking. One more study on biodiversity. This is, I think, possibly the most comprehensive synthesis yet of how human activities are reshaping the Earth. This analyzed data from 2,000 peer-reviewed publications, and they show that human pressure has led to a clear shift in the species community composition, with the sites that humans have affected having generally 20% fewer species. And then a second study looked at plant biodiversity at 5,500 sites in 119 regions. And there again, when they looked at heavily impacted forests, like the forest of Western and Southern Europe or parts of Africa and Asia, they find only 1 of 5 species that could live there is there, underscoring the significance and the impact of human activities. All right, plastics. Okay, you can't read this, but you know, to the world of chemicals and waste, and in particular plastics pollution, the continuous production of plastics, which is now 500 million tons a year, and poor management are altering the Earth system processes. So just let me give you 2 examples from the mainly impossible to read interconnection shown on this slide. But increased carbon dioxide, greenhouse gas emissions from plastic production, as well as the pollution of marine and terrestrial ecosystems are pushing us towards some tipping points. And microplastics, for example, affect the ability of phytoplankton, which is the base of the ocean food chain, to actually photosynthesize. And then on the land, microplastics affect carbon cycling in soils, and they're affecting the composition of plant fungal associations, which are so key to plant productivity. And they recommend at the end of this study, things that we have talked about before, that pollution should be addressed through life cycle, integrated approach interventions, linking pollution, climate change, biodiversity, and natural resource management, looking for multiple benefits. And that is, of course, what the GEF 8 Circular Plastic Integrated Program is trying to do. All right, enough science. Now on to the staff activities in the last 6 months. First, we supported the GEF SAC in organizing the amazing technical advisory group meetings, which took place in February, where, as you've heard, over 350 experts from fields all across the globe participated. And the staff panel members and staff played a really critical role in helping to identify experts for all the different themes and in designing some of the agendas. And we were very engaged as panelists, as moderators, as presenters, as summarizers. So in the upper right picture is staff's panel member for climate change adaptation, John Barnett, who should be over there somewhere, I hope. And the lower right picture is Dr. Susanna Schmeier, who is our panel member for international waters. And there you see them in action. Okay, next, we also hosted 2 3-hour virtual consultations on principles and pathways for improving and strengthening GEF support for Indigenous people in April. And this brought together experts from the Indigenous peoples community, including members of IPAG and the Global Steering Committee of the GEF Project, Inclusive Conservation Initiative 1. We had interpretation services available in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and French, so that people could participate across various regions. And so it provided us with some firsthand insights and experience, which we reflect in our paper on Indigenous people, and I'll speak to soon. And the very full report on that consultation is being translated into those 4 languages now and will be reviewed by all the participants. And after that, it will, of course, be posted on the staff website after those important processes are completed. Okay, we also organized in collaboration with the GEF Secretariat and at their request, 2 webinars targeted at GEF agencies, and that was also in April and May, set up also to cover multiple time zones. So we covered 2 topics essential to good project design and implementation. 1, how to develop a systems-based theory of change. And 2nd, clarifying risk with a particular interest and emphasis on innovation risk. So we talked about how to complete the risk table in the GEF projects and the importance of taking on high-risk innovations in the context of the new GEF risk appetite. And I think we had some 71 participants across those 2 different day trainings. Okay, now on to our recent reports. Our 3 reports for this council build on the recommendations that I presented at the December council meeting on staff's initial perspective on GEF 9. And our goal is, staff's goal between now and the beginning of GEF 9 is to continue providing relevant advice as requested by the council or the GEF partnership. So I'm not going to recap all these recs over again, but they are listed on the screen. Their detailed explanation is available in the paper with that hot link you can access on our website. Okay, so the first report on monitoring, evaluation, and learning, which we collaborated with the IEO on to develop, relates to recommendation 7 on fostering early and adaptive learning. And I thought, well, to showcase MEL, here is engineer John DeBeery of Caltech with me in the Peruvian forest using new acoustic technology to track the sounds and movements of monkeys and birds at Tambopata Research Station. And it makes proving species are present and in what numbers so much easier to assess than when I was a graduate student eons ago. So new technologies. The second report on strengthening GEF support for Indigenous peoples contributes to our recommendation on enabling civil society by enhancing their role in GEF investments and activities. And we focus specifically on the Indigenous people dimension of this recommendation in the report. And here's Indigenous Yacuna woman in the Colombian Amazon working to rescue and document the oral knowledge on bees and their role in the ecosystem. The third report focuses on advancing the source to sea approach in the GEF international water investments. The focus aligns with recommendation 3 to support policy coherence. The source to sea approach is and can be an effective way to promote policy coherence across countries because it addresses linkages across environment and social systems. And that third picture is an example of source to sea in the Philippines. All right, this is just showing you the 3 titles and the hot links of the report to match what I just said. Okay, let me start with our information note on monitoring, evaluation, and learning, which I'll call MEL. And it has been in the making since March 2024, when staff and the IEO first discussed collaborating on it at the IEO's International Evaluators Conference. There is emerging science on how to design adaptive theories of change and learning systems, and the IEO's experience in learning from completed projects made this a perfect first foray for us together, which Council has actually encouraged for some time. I mean, we know that the GEF has made good progress in building a stronger learning culture, which is reflected in its knowledge management and learning strategy, and their vision is, quote, to become a more efficient, knowledge-driven and learning-based entity. And, you know, in the past, both staff and IEO have talked about this a lot. We certainly support that GEF vision, and we have both highlighted the importance of learning in many reports, and the IEO did again at the replenishment meeting. So we reiterate the importance of not just learning for the sake of reporting, but learning in real time so that GEF projects and programs can be adaptive, apply the lessons to make the projects durable. And so we showcase 4 case studies Conservation Markets Initiative led by the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, Jeff's own FLUR, Food Systems, Land Use and Restoration, Jeff's own Global Wildlife Program, and a Snow Leopard Recovery Program led by the Snow Leopard Trust. And each case study tells a story of how change, whether positive or negative, was measured using MEL processes, including theories of change. So let me give you a snapshot of these case studies. Okay, case study 1, the Conservation Markets Initiative. It started in 2015, 10 years ago, and the goal of it is to eliminate overfishing and ecosystem degradation from global agricultural and seafood value chains. Well, it works in 8 countries, and it addresses 3 commodities: shrimp, soy, and cattle. And globally, it works on overfishing of tuna and a lot on certification systems. So they use a theory of change to monitor and learn rapidly about what market strategies work or don't work to achieve conservation. And they systematically rely on a theory of change. One adaptation they picked was metrics across all 3 of those sectors: agriculture, finance, and seafood, to measure. Second, they were monitoring time lags between intervention or the funding and when you actually saw changes, and then evaluate the impact as they happen in market changes on conservation outcome. And so they have put into practice interesting MEL learning. They actually had to change or adapt the theory of change and the metrics twice, once in 2017 and once in 2020. So the learning can then be dynamic. And here are just some pictures of them learning in action in Thailand and Vietnam. A lot more in our paper on that. The second case study on FLUR was approved by the Council in 2019 and led by the World Bank in partnership with FAO and UNDP. And you know, it focuses on transforming food, land use, and restoration. It's in 27 countries on 8 commodities: livestock, cocoa, coffee, maize, palm oil, rice, soy, and wheat. And indicators are used to monitor progress at both the country and the program level. So the global platform of FLUR also aims to monitor and manage knowledge. There have been challenges between a coordination program level needs on monitoring and knowledge and country priorities. As stated, you read in the IEO's GEF 8 findings. But addressing these challenges has led to adaptive management in FLUR. For example, there is now a global commodities dialogue organized through the platform to assist networking. And I think they've covered 4 commodities already, and the others will happen by the end of the year. And also communities of practice have been set up. So adaptive management is a central goal of FLUR. And as FLUR gained experience from things like challenges with COVID, and thinking about how changes in global market affect commodities. The third is Global Wildlife Program, another well-known IP implemented by the World Bank. It's one of the largest global partnerships responding to declining wildlife worldwide. And it was approved by Council back in 2015. A second phase was approved in 2018 and the third phase in 2022. And this works in 38 countries in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, and the Caribbean, and is funded by both the GEF and the LDCF. So, and their theory of change has evolved from GEF 6 to GEF 8, reflecting new science assessments that have come out, such as the IPBES reports, and also lessons learned from each successive phase. And so now in GEF 8, the Global Wildlife Program focuses on conserving wildlife and landscapes to maximize GEBs, global environmental benefits, and ensure that countries and communities are benefiting from these natural assets. Co-benefits, we've heard a lot about that. So a results framework aligning the program with country goals is going to be developed later this year for GEF 8. And over time, there's been an increasing emphasis on thinking about both bottom-up approaches and top-down approaches and peer-to-peer learning. So uptake of learning is occurring across phases. Case study 4, global snow leopards. It's a 10-year effort. It's in 12 countries and including, of course, transboundary efforts because snow leopards cross boundaries. And the GEF has supported several snow leopard activities since GEF 6, including work with Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, and transboundary projects focusing on landscape and forest management to reduce threats to the coexistence between communities and snow leopards. So the countries involved present on their long-term goals like snow leopard population numbers and short-term goals like progress in adopting policy recommendation in their annual steering committee meetings. And well, here's a real picture of a snow leopard looking at a camera trap in a narrow strip of territory in Badakhshan province of Afghanistan. But that is a corridor that extends for thousands of kilometers eastward. Okay, so what are our takeaways from the project we did in these 4 case studies? Okay, first, again, we know how important learning is to the GEF. The black caiman in the Amazon doesn't seem to find it important that there are 2 flies on him, particularly the tiny mosquito on his eyelid, which can suck blood from the eye area. But for us, learning is both strategic and necessary to achieve the GEBs and local benefits. So encouraging real-time sharing of lessons and failures through appropriate incentives and practices can help teams perceive learning more positively rather than just viewing it as a reporting requirement. And the IEO echoed this in their highlights of the GEF 8 evaluation. Another key takeaway is that the theory of change must be both a tool and a process. It supports monitoring, evaluation, and learning over time. I mean, we know that program results don't always follow a linear path, as they are often based on complex social and ecological relationships. And the environmental impacts may take time to appear, including after midterm reviews or maybe even after the project ends. But a well-designed theory of change can help capture these complex interactions and delayed outcomes that support decision-making and adaptive learning. And that point was also highlighted by the IEO report on learning from challenges. And our second slide on MEL takeaways is that assessing opportunities for adaptive management is necessary. And for example, in some cases, changes in policy, such as shifts in the international market policies, led to adaptive management in both the Conservation Markets Initiative and the FLUR program. Platforms and communities of practice can reinforce positive policy and management changes through incentives that discourage harmful practices. Lastly, we continue to observe the importance of scaling learning, including for transformation. Since transformational change takes time, a range of indicators is needed to monitor progress, to manage innovation risk, and to support rapid learning. And of course, some of this is captured both in STAP's previous risk note and also the GEF risk appetite statement. All right, let me move to strengthening support for Indigenous peoples. This note suggests ways that the GEF can enhance the delivery of global environmental benefits through support of Indigenous communities. So this report is based on a review of the scientific and technical literature, a review of some GEF projects, and consultation, as I mentioned earlier, with Indigenous stakeholders. So just to contextualize this, let me just say quickly, meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities and integration of Indigenous and Western science and technical knowledge remain limited, often during project design phases. And sometimes safeguards meant to protect Indigenous rights and interests may not be adequately grounded in cultural relevance, which could make them ineffective or counterproductive even. And this picture is from a panel on protected areas and Indigenous rights that I participated in at the 25th anniversary of the collaboration of the Future of Amazonia in Lima. And the speaker is wonderful, Jamer Lope Augustin, an Indigenous Shippo Kanabo leader with considerable experience in working on deforestation, on climate change, and in advocating for territorial defense, collective rights, and self-determination. He actually represents 20 Indigenous nations across Ucayali, Loreto, and Wanako. Okay, so here are our recommendations, which I will run through quickly. And this picture is of the Canoe Ladies, a self-organized group of Indigenous women in Honduras, and they fish daily. Okay, the first one, bridging scientific and technical knowledge systems. Environmental projects have often heavily leaned on Western science, sometimes overlooking Indigenous ecological knowledge developed over many, many generations. But by integrating Indigenous and Western scientific and technical knowledge systems, we can co-create a more holistic, resilient, and culturally aligned environmental solution. So one approach could be knowledge platforms that link Indigenous communities in different regions or link Indigenous communities with the GEF. A second one, an opportunity would involve biocultural indicators. So for example, those would be things that integrate measures of conservation effectiveness with measures of governance quality. So conservation effectiveness, governance quality. So the GEF could invest in building capacity of both Indigenous communities and Western science institutions to engage in more meaningful integration. Second, the second recommendation focuses, and we heard something about this on Monday, reinforcing Indigenous people's rights, particularly to free, prior, and informed consent, or FPIC. And I think everyone knows that FPIC grants Indigenous people the right to give or withhold their consent for actions that would affect their lands, their territories, or their rights. A compelling example that demonstrates the importance of culturally relevant safeguards to project outcomes is the Tumakumake Indigenous Consultation Protocol, which was developed through a participatory process by 4 Indigenous groups in that region of Brazil, Suriname, and French Guiana. And so that FPIC process was conducted in local languages and was also distributed as an audio-visual animation that you can find online with both Apari and English. And so that FPIC process articulated in the end a vision for the future of their ancestral territories and resources, and paved the way for formal representation of Indigenous interests. And it was part of the process that actually catalyzed the creation of the Pakara Fund, an Indigenous-led financial mechanism that mobilized long-term funding from key partners, including Neoterra, the Legacy Landscapes Fund, and the German KfW Development Bank. And so I think that demonstrates how culturally aligned safeguards can help unlock durable, community-driven conservation and development outcomes. Our third recommendation is to increase Indigenous participation in GEF governance structures. Indigenous people should not only be seen as beneficiaries, they should be involved in decision-making. And so I think this means creating institutional spaces where Indigenous leaders can shape policy, strategy, and funding decisions. And representation must be more than symbolic. It has to have influence. The fourth area is co-design projects and programs with Indigenous people and enhance community ownership, accountability, sustainability. So they should not be presented with preformed projects to approve. So a collaborative process honors Indigenous scientific and technical knowledge and ensures projects are relevant to local realities. And it also can build accountability, strengthen social cohesion, and avoid top-down solutions. And the fifth example, expand fit-for-purpose finance to enable Indigenous peoples to move from vision to implementation. Strategies that could be deployed in this vein to strengthen and expand financial access. It could be that you think about clustering small grants thematically or geographically to build capacity, integrating small grants with medium or full-size projects, or creating multi-donor and Indigenous partnerships, such as the Project Finance for Permanence model, which I'll show a map of later. And so I think, we encourage the GEF to build on the great efforts they've made through programs such as the Small Grant Program, the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, and the Fonseca Leadership Program. Okay, strategic financing, positive change in Mexico. I'm not sure whether Naomi was the OFP at the time this all happened, but she was at one point. So the Small Grants Program in Mexico is an example of how direct financing can generate meaningful and sustained impact. So it was one of the first pilot countries to launch an SGP in 1994. Mexico created the Fondo Peninsular, a regional financing mechanism that offered working capital to local beekeepers. And then the Mayan Alliance for Bees of the Yucatan Peninsula was established, which provided a platform to foster dialogue between Indigenous beekeepers and government authorities, raising awareness at the federal level. That led to an agreement between the federal government and the beekeepers that helped address critical environmental and socioeconomic issues and concerns. And the SGP invested $150,000 in support of the alliance, but it directly contributed to national level policy changes, including legal framework reforms and alignment of national policies with Indigenous priorities and values. And I mentioned the Project Finance for Permanence, PFPs, Enduring Earth. So these are the locations of the 14 projects going on across 12 countries. But what I think is very interesting as we think about GEF's family of funds is that this is 100 partners. GEF has participated in 8 of these. In Brazil, Belize, Bolivia, Eastern Tropical Pacific, Kenya, Gabon, Namibia, Panama. And all the projects are led as a partnership between governments, local communities, and philanthropies. And the goals and metrics are decided on collaboratively right up front. And so again, I think this is very interesting. I mean, a way to think about transformational change. So you can see the ones in the planning phase in orange, the ones that are in implementation in purple, and the ones that are implemented in blue. So I just raised that as an interesting family of funds thought. Okay, the table in this slide just lists some of the completed GEF Trust Fund projects from GEF 4 to 7. Reviewed in preparing this report. We wanted to make sure they were, they had midterm evaluations, terminal evaluations, and that they were significantly engaged or designed for Indigenous people. And I just a quick look last night, it looks like there are already more than 50 projects in GEF 8 involving Indigenous communities. So we look forward to learning more about those, and we welcome that support. And, we're happy to help if we can. I mean, Indigenous communities are not just stakeholders, they're knowledge holders, they're rights holders, and powerful agents of change. So quickly, let me just tell you some of the findings. So we just looked for the 5 things that we thought from our literature review and our consultations were important. So in the top row, half of the projects we reviewed explicitly identify Indigenous communities as the main beneficiaries and want to improve their livelihoods. Second, row, the indicator of safeguards, the application of culturally appropriate FPIC was actually showcased in 45% of the projects. Third, projects that work to bridge the gap between knowledge management systems were in 25% of the projects. And then direct financing for Indigenous community was found in 20% of the projects. And last, projects that actively involved Indigenous people in project design and governance was only in 15% of the projects. But those are ones where projects were led by Indigenous communities and incorporated into project governance. So I think, this is the past. We're talking about the future. Empowering Indigenous peoples is a strategic importance, and their deep-rooted knowledge and cultural wisdom and community-based practices are really key to achieving long-term environmental and social impact. So this paper is just a brief insight into projects, academic literature, consultations. So I hope you'll enjoy reading the paper more fully. All right, our last paper, Source to Sea Approaches. As staff always likes to say, interdependent environmental challenges require integrated approaches, and the Source to Sea continuum is an example of a complex social and ecosystem, from the upstream mountains and land through rivers and the coastal areas and all the way into the oceans, and they're, being linked. The S2S approach addresses those interlinkages and promotes an integrated management approach to improve outcomes for all those elements along the way. GEF has really been a leader in conceptually developing and implementing the Source to Sea approach. So for example, the GEF addressed integrated environmental challenges spanning freshwater and marine ecosystems in the Danube and Black Sea region back in the 90s. And over time, more projects developed and marine challenges over time, more projects were developed that address both freshwater and marine challenges in an integrated way. And one of those, I think, between Argentina and Uruguay on the Rio de la Plata, and then even more recently, the Inkamadi and Maputo River basins in Africa. But we also can think more about this because the Blue and Green Islands IP presents a very interesting opportunity to address Source to Sea. We last wrote to you about this in 2017, so we thought it was time to update it. There also is plenty of international attention to this now. So we're glad, we think GEF can take these approaches further because there are some challenges. The knowledge tends to remain siloed, with freshwater and marine ecosystems typically studied and monitored separately. And with these wide-ranging things, governance systems continue to be fragmented, so policy coherence remains a challenge, and leading to situations where maybe relevant actors along that continuum don't necessarily interact, let alone develop integrated approaches. And sometimes making these projects real is weak. And sometimes the S2S opportunities might be missed or insufficiently integrated. So we recommend that this is an area that, as we move to GEF 9, GEF could focus more on. So we believe, yes, it can generate Source to Sea can generate numerous environmental benefits and co-benefits, as it has done very successfully in freshwater and marine spaces, but mostly individually. So if we build on existing GEF experience, we can advance its current front runner role, and we have more detailed recommendations in the paper. But beyond that work on Source to Sea, which we think is highly important, we also appreciate, of course, the IEO's findings on the evaluation of the IW focal area. All right, we're almost done. A few comments on the GEF work program. We screened 21 projects, 14 GEF, 3 LDC. Oops, I should get to the next one. Oh, there we go. 14 GEF, 3 LDC, 1 multi-trust, and 3 GBFF. We rated most of them as minor and only 1 major in concurrence. We do see a good trend in systems thinking to describe drivers of environmental degradation. Most of the time, though, the projects focus on the national level. And so sometimes more details could be provided for the actual project site, but we do see promising theories of change. There's always room for improvement. We still see some confusion between differentiating the challenges that the project logic is already addressing and the risks that remain despite that good design. So those risks should be described in the risk table and monitored to ensure the outcomes are on track to be achieved. And as I've said today and was said on Monday, the level of purposeful risk-taking related to innovation remains low compared to the appetite Council has set. On knowledge management and learning, we encourage projects to develop plans to capture lessons from the project and ensure that that management of knowledge approach is reflected in the actual theory of change for adaptive learning and facilitating replication and scaling. And we're really pleased that more projects are talking about future narratives or all the things that may play out. But some drivers aren't considered very much, such as policy, economics, technological, or demographic changes. So of course, these in addition to climate change need to be addressed. I always like to show a few exemplary projects. The first GEF Fund project, biodiversity project in Indonesia, with the acronym ENABLE, has a really good description of the biodiversity challenges, and it linked habitat loss and marine degradation to socioeconomic drivers, land use change, and unsustainable resource production, has a good theory of change, and a really good mapping of stakeholders and responsibilities to achieve the GEBs. Well, the project focuses on several protected areas, including Gunung Loiser, home to this famous star orangutan, Racus, in the upper left corner, but maybe we should click. He had a wound, right? But he was observed by biologists from Indonesia chewing on this medicinal plant and applying it to that wound. And next, his self-medication work, the first of its kind ever observed in the animal world. And it was published in Nature. And I don't know if they have anything for an arm. The second project, elimination of mercury-added skin lightening projects, targets 13 African countries and builds on a previous MSP. Its rationale looks at market dynamics and cultural drivers. The theory of change is very well articulated and presents a logical and clear pathway to reduce the use of harmful skin lightening products containing mercury. Targets both supply and demand and focuses on improving legislation and enforcement on the supply side and behavioral change on the demand side. And the third is the Solomon Islands, LDCF, Resilient Rural Economic Growth and Food Security. This has a really robust understanding of the climate risks and the way those could cascade through the food system, considers gender and cultural values in the islands, which are very important to a project's outcome, considers risks to peace and livelihoods, and it provides comprehensive details on the complementarity that it'll pursue with the Green Climate Fund on climate adaptation to leverage knowledge and scale adaptation benefits. And it recognizes a link with the GEF 8 Food Systems IP, which also is focusing on agriculture and livestock. Okay, so what do we think about next? I always like to ask Council's advice on what would be useful to you as we approach GEF 9. So we will work on issues identified by Council and GEF SEC that could be most useful. Some of the topics we're considering is possibly a review of tools and science to guide design and implementation of transformation projects and programs, to build on our community-based approach paper and that recommendation, and those recommendations, perhaps an information note on how community cohesion and resilience can serve as a catalyst for locally led adaptation and environmental stewardship. We could prepare an information note looking at barriers to transformative changes in the chemicals and waste focal area and describe ways that might help transition away from harmful practices, including lock-in. The benefits of international water cooperative management of shared water resource might be interesting. We'll continue to work with GEF SEC on joint consultations on blended finance. We're thrilled about all the attention to co-benefits, and we have been thinking about how really highlighting the socioeconomic impacts and benefits of GEF investment would be a very effective communication tool for the GEF. And we're also thinking, of course, about how the GEF can leverage emerging technologies, not just acoustics, but also artificial intelligence in it. And as requested, we will continue to organize additional trainings for the GEF partnership, including one that's already been requested on future narratives, but we're willing to do more on theory of change or risk. Okay, I think you've heard enough. And just as this spider monkey appears to be leaning heavily on one arm, I am too. He's in Peru. And the hand-reared macaw chick on the right really seemed concerned about my broken wing. And he even pushed a Brazil nut towards me. I don't know if you know this, but macaws usually can only raise the firstborn because the others are eaten. So as a thirdborn, I was really very sensitive to this poor hand-raised one. But anyway, but we are all adaptive, are we not? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosina, for another captivating presentation of the work of the staff. I'll now open the floor to questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Anil, you can kick us off, followed by Ben and iPad. Anil, floor is yours.
Thank you. Those are lovely presentation and very informative too. I just had one query. Are you all doing any studies on the species in the estuaries and in the mangroves? Because they also have a huge impact. I mean, I know you're doing a lot of oceans, the corals and everything in the ocean, but a lot of the species which you showed there, they are also thrive a lot upstream in the estuaries and the mangroves. So probably I think, because that has a direct impact on the fisheries livelihood, the fisheries communities' livelihoods in many of the regions. So that's one thing I thought I should just flag it, because there is also an impact of the plastic pollution, sewage pollution, which is drained out into these areas. So that will be good if you could have some sort of a study on that, if it's possible in the next cycle. The other one is the crop yield map, which you said. In that, I think that has to be a little bit updated, and the weather map also, because the patterns in South and Southeast Asia is the monsoon patterns have changed quite a bit. And also the rainfall is happening is what generally gets spread over a period of 6 to 7 months is now happening in 3 to 4 days, which is leading to heavy floods and a lot of other environmental impacts. So maybe probably, I mean, that particular, this we'll have to see where the data comes from. This has been the phenomenon in the last 3-4 years, which is again having emerging from the climate change impact. And your assessment on the plastics part of it, is there any component there on the waste recycling, the impacts of the waste recycling? Because the HDP, LDP, all this, the main raw materials, which is the recycling, they cannot process it beyond twice in a process, even if they blend it with other chemicals. So probably I think we should also look into that area. One of the other thing, but that is fundamentally limited to in the case of chemicals and waste, it's fundamentally limited, I think, more towards South Asia and Southeast Asia, is the increasing lead content in spices. Because that's, I mean, post-production, pollution which is happening around, because it gives the color, it gives additional weight. I mean, commercial interests are playing there on that. The bank is actually just kicked off on a bank, and the ADB is kicked off on a huge assessment back in India and in the South Asia region. Southeast Asia is the planning, which they're planning in FY26. So probably I think that a little bit of collaboration from GEF would also help in the way, because that is one of the biggest fallouts of that is stunting at very early ages. So the childhood stunting and degradation of the cognitive facilities in a child. So I thought maybe, I mean, since we're doing so much of thing on the chemical part of it, probably I should just flag it and you can collaborate with them a little bit. Thank you. But otherwise, fantastic stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anil. I'll now give the floor to Ben, followed by IPAC. Ben, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. So firstly, thank you to Rosina for the presentation. We certainly welcome STAP's important role, for example, particularly in supporting the TAG meetings earlier this year, which we understood were very successful. I'm afraid I missed the panel members standing up, so maybe at some point it'd be great if they could stand up so we know who they are and where they are in the room. We also, just to emphasize, we do welcome the hidden work of STAP in providing valuable comments on a range of sample of GEF's projects and child projects. We also welcome STAP's role in providing very useful papers, which you've mentioned in this presentation in the past on risk, but in this time we very much welcome the papers you've presented this time. So the collaboration between STAP and IEO on the real-time monitoring and particularly evaluation, the source to see, and importantly, looking ahead to GEF 9 on the GEF strengthening of GEF support Indigenous people. One point of concern is that we're concerned that those papers, I think they came out to the council very late. I mean, possibly at the start of last week. So given the fact that many of us, some of us were in the meetings previously the week before last, it was very hard to really spend time to review those very important papers, and it'd be very useful to understand how we can ensure that we're getting papers sufficiently in time for us to look at those. Anyway, firstly, just a few quick comments on those three papers. First on STAP's report on strengthening the source to see approach. We are very supportive of what it sort of highlights in terms of being an integrated approach, and agree the experience so far has been to a certain extent limited and fragmented, and the actions to coordinate across landscapes from physical and institution should be encouraged. A couple of questions, and maybe this is actually for more GEF Secretariat to answer these. To a certain extent, it's a question of whether the focus is on domestic or transboundary waters. And certainly, obviously, if one's starting off with a domestic focus, I guess that does align very well with SID's their important role in looking at some of the coastal countries and they're highly vulnerable, which are highly vulnerable to climate change. There are also other specific themes that could be considered beyond water, and maybe those are already mentioned, but just to highlight the biological corridors for species and birds and pollinators. Finally, on GEF's strengthening of the support to Indigenous people, which I said was very important, but obviously particularly as we go into GEF 9, I think this was first raised or muted maybe back in the 7th Assembly in 2023. But we certainly, again, the paper is very useful as a sort of starting off point. But I think you mentioned that we'll see more detailed work coming forwards on that, and particularly when it's been sort of properly reviewed and translated. So again, we initially again, useful to hear the GEF Secretariat's initial response to what is there in terms of recommendations. But yeah, it'd be useful to clarify that help us to see more progress on these. And I hope it's come across very clearly in these council meetings that we do see the need for progress by GEF in recognising Indigenous people's important role in the GEF agenda. So very much look forward to that paper with more detail and specifics. You mentioned some of those which I think were in the annex to the paper, but great to get that more clarity in a future paper coming forward. I'll leave it there. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. I'll now give the floor to IPAC, followed by Catherine. IPAC, treasures.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We welcome the scientific and technical advisory panel on the report Strengthening GEF Support for Indigenous Peoples, and appreciate the efforts to gather lessons that support the meaningful engagement of Indigenous peoples within the GEF. We understand more insights will be added, and we look forward to their inclusion. On point 3, to strengthen Indigenous peoples' role in GEF governance, we welcome the recognition and ongoing efforts to strengthen the role of Indigenous peoples in the governance of the GEF. We sincerely acknowledge and thank the GEF for its openness to engage with us as genuine partners. And we are also pleased to note the important steps taken during the recent GEF replenishment meeting in Paris, where a formal seat was established for the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. This is a significant milestone that will help ensure our voices and perspectives are more fully reflected across GEF processes. We commend the GEF and its partners for listening to our recommendations and moving toward a more inclusive and equitable approach. On point 5, on financing options, we strongly agree with the recommendation for a variety of approaches to provide support to Indigenous peoples. Dedicated direct funding, such as the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, or ICI, is one avenue for support. Not only does ICI provide direct funding to Indigenous organizations, but also Indigenous leaders have been directing ICI every step of the way, which is in line with recommendation number 4. IPAG provided guidance to the initial ICI concept, the calls for proposals. It recommended which agency to choose and worked with the agency to develop the PIF. Grantees were selected by an interim steering committee of Indigenous leaders, and at present, the project steering committee is made up of the grantees themselves. The Inclusive Conservation Initiative and the Heart of Conservation Initiative stand as important examples of how meaningful collaboration can create spaces for learning and for establishing governance structure led by Indigenous peoples that reflect the exercise of the right to self-determination. Given staff's recommendations and the success of the ICIs, we would like to see an expanded and scaled up ICI for GEF 9. National projects can also support Indigenous peoples, such as one of the first GBFF projects in Brazil entitled Biodiversity Conservation in Indigenous Territories. This project is supporting 15 Indigenous territories to implement their own self-determined life plans. At the launch of the project in March 2025, the Minister of Indigenous Peoples, Madam Sonia Guajajara, described the project as direct support for Indigenous peoples. Overall, we would like to thank the staff for taking on this topic and joining the choir of many voices, calling for the greater direct funding and greater access for Indigenous peoples as an imperative, because healthy planet, healthy people is possible only with healthy Indigenous peoples too. Thank you.
Thank you very much to IPAC. And the next in line is Catherine, CSO Network, and WAMPI. Catherine, floor is yours.
Yes, so I also want to thank you, Rosina, and the staff for the presentation, as well as for the report. We always appreciate the work of the staff. I want to join Ben in thanking the staff as well for your support in the TAG meetings, because the recommendations were useful for preparing for the first LDCF and SCCF strategy in Paris, a strategy meeting in Paris. And I also want to join my colleagues in thanking you for sharing with us the information note on strengthening GEF support for Indigenous peoples. We really appreciate the work to collate evidence from both Indigenous and Western knowledge. And it does seem indeed from your presentation and from the information note that the GEF partnership has solid foundations of examples on which to build on to strengthen the support for Indigenous peoples in GEF 9 programming. And so you've given us really good food for thought, and thank you for that. And we look forward to future conversations on this. And then on your last kind of questions for council in terms of future work from staff, we are particularly interested in your continued work and joint consultations on blended finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The GEF CSO Network welcomes the comprehensive report presented by the chair of the Scientific Technical Advisory Panel and strongly supports the recommendations outlined in the report, particularly those related to strengthening the role of Indigenous people in GEF governance, project design and implementation. We echo the call in the report for institutionalizing Indigenous people representation within GEF decision-making bodies. Indigenous peoples must be recognized as equal partners in shaping GEF strategies and programs, aligning with international frameworks. The report rightly emphasizes the importance of co-designing projects and programs with Indigenous peoples. We urge GEF to incorporate this into guidance and for GEF agencies to establish procedures to empower Indigenous peoples as well as local communities, civil society, women and youth in the preparation of GEF projects and programs. With regard to expanding access to finance, we believe that direct, long-term and flexible funding is critical for empowering both Indigenous people and also civil society organizations to move from vision to implementation. We encourage the GEF to scale up initiatives like the Small Grants Program and the Inclusive Conservation Initiative and explore other innovative finance mechanisms that enhance access for these key groups. We believe that integrating Indigenous and Western knowledge systems is vital for biodiversity conservation, climate adaptation, and other environmental objectives. We support measures to incorporate Indigenous perspectives into project design. We also urge the GEF to prioritize Indigenous people and civil society organizations for capacity building to ensure their active participation in project design, implementation, and monitoring. With regard to the recommendations made by staff for the GEF 9 process, the GEF CSO Network comments as follows. We strongly support the recommendation 1 to build an overarching GEF 9 theory of change to drive portfolio-wide investment. We believe that this should incorporate the whole of society and the whole of government approach. We also support recommendation 2, investing in innovative solutions, and recommendation 3 to support policy coherence at multiple levels and encourage effective engagement of civil society in these approaches. We also believe that the recommendation 4 on enhancing the role of civil society, Indigenous people in project design, and prioritizing civil society capacity strengthening is a key approach to building up or scaling up engagement of Indigenous people, local community, and civil society in GEF 9. Finally, we support recommendation 5 and will work to support the measures which may be developed to positively influence market transformation to support the whole of society, whole of government approach. Finally, the GEF CSO Network calls on the GEF Council, Secretariat, and agencies to adopt the recommendations or to follow the recommendations outlined in the STAP report and take concrete steps to enhance the inclusion of indigenous people, civil society organizations, local communities, women and youth in GEF processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CSO Network. And in the interest of time, I will just give the floor to everyone requesting here, and then only then go back to Rosina to respond to these comments. So next in line, we have Laura, Andrea, Dauda, and Andre. Laura, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Noemi, and thank you for the very good presentation again. Our council seat really welcomes your work, as STAP's reports are always very timely and relevant, although the science is showing more worrisome news every time. I hope you will also upload this presentation to the GEF website, as it contains very valuable information in a well-presented form. I just wanted to welcome the Strengthening GEF Support for Indigenous Peoples report. We appreciate this report's key takeaways, recommendations, identification of challenges, and advice. Finland is a country with a constitutionally recognized indigenous population, the Sami people, so we strongly support the principles of free, prior, and informed consent, the integration of indigenous knowledge systems, and the institutional inclusion of indigenous voices in decision-making processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Laura. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Rosina, and your staff for the wonderful presentation. We very much welcome your work. We particularly welcome the recent report strengthening GEF support for Indigenous peoples, as Canada, the UK, Finland, and others have already mentioned. We recognise the importance of recommendation 1, bridge the scientific and technical knowledge systems and integrating Indigenous and Western knowledge systems to support global environment benefits. And we seek the GEF's reaction on how to implement that recommendation, as does the UK. In terms of what's next, like others, we agree that we particularly welcome work on how blended finance can play a significant role in achieving transformational change. Thank you again.
Thank you, Andrea. Dauda, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rosina, for this wonderful presentation. Actually, for me, the presentation is very interesting, but also showing some alarm on where we are going as human race. And I think while I align myself with the previous speakers in terms of the recommendation of the report, I think it's also very important on how we can reflect on those reports and work in our various countries to save this planet. The science is showing where we are going, and I think we are in a state of denial at some point. And that is very, very important. And this STAP report really showcases where we were some years ago and now where are we going if necessary steps are not taken. So I just have to comment this very informative presentation and actually accept the recommendation moving forward. But what is key here is where are we going? And if you look at the presentation, this is not only human beings. We are talking about human beings, other creatures that depend on us for their survival. And that is something that we have to reflect, that the world is not meant for we alone, but everything. And that's why God created them. So this is something that we have to reflect and work in unison to address the problem of this planet for us and the future generation of this country. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dauda. Next in line, we have Andre, Joao, Avi, and Anders. Andre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. As many speakers before, Switzerland would like to thank the staff for preparing the insightful reports and the excellent presentation. And we would also like to thank the staff for their thorough project screenings, a task that we think is highly relevant for quality assurance of these projects. We would like to highlight a few elements from two of the presented reports. The MEL report emphasizes the importance of learning and thematic competences and yielded 4 key takeaways, which hopefully will be strongly reflected in the setup of GEF 9. We strongly support the idea that the GEF should also be contributing to learning networks, an idea that was already voiced in the STAP's GEF 9 perspective. To this end, we are also happy to explore a potential collaboration with the thematic networks of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. The report on strengthening source to sea approaches in the GEF once more highlights the need to move towards a systemic, integrated approach with stronger emphasis on policy coherence. We really do hope to see these elements well reflected in the GEF 9 setup, and we would, of course, welcome to see more work done on the cooperative management of shared water resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. João, floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Many thanks to STEP and more specifically to Rosina for the wonderful presentation, always inspiring. Our constituency welcomes the reflections presented in the STEP document on strengthening GEF support for Indigenous peoples. We agree that advancing the role of Indigenous peoples and local communities as active agents of conservation and restoration rather than mere beneficiaries is key to the success of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We thank the IPAG for highlighting the importance of direct access and would like to share the example mentioned by IPAG of Brazil's GBFF-supported project, which is being developed and implemented through indigenous organizations in alignment with our national policy for the territorial and environmental management of indigenous lands. The project supports indigenous peoples such as the Yanomami, Munduruku, and Kayapó in restoring territories affected by illegal mining through the development of land use and environmental recovery plans, capacity building, and the strengthening of indigenous governance structures. This reflects the vision expressed by Minister Sônia Guajajara. Indigenous peoples must not only be beneficiaries, but protagonists in biodiversity governance. We particularly support the emphasis on ensuring early engagement, respect for cultural and linguistic diversity, and the creation of enabling conditions for direct access. In this regard, we believe that local ownership and agency are not only desirable, but essential for long-term impact. While the report shows that 50% of projects identify indigenous peoples as primary project beneficiaries, findings also highlight important areas for further improvement. Despite this level of inclusion, only 15% of projects involve indigenous peoples in project design and governance. This indicates that more should be done for improving meaningful participation. Moving forward, we hope to see greater engagement throughout the entire project cycle, along with improved opportunities for direct access to financing. We also note that the executing agencies working in our constituency have long-standing experience in supporting IPLC-led projects and can contribute significantly to the further development and implementation of strategies that are inclusive, responsive, and effective in this sense. We encourage the GEF to continue building on this experience while ensuring that the diversity of IPLC voices, including those expressed in their own languages, is fully reflected in project design, execution, and monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, João. Avi, you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to reiterate the UK point that the staff review of projects and full-size projects and child projects is useful, and we would like to see staff focus on this core function. We see it as wholly inappropriate of the staff to make recommendations regarding GEF governance that is outside of its mandate, and we think that is a matter for the council. We recommend that the role of the staff be reviewed in GEF 9 to make sure that staff reports and recommendations remain relevant to GEF programming. I don't think staff's role has been reviewed for quite a long time, and I think this could be a useful inflection point in GEF 9. And then in closing, I want to reiterate the point that I made yesterday during the IEO session, that GEF needs to work with all local communities to fulfill its mission and should not be seen as privileging some groups over others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Anders, you have the floor.
Thanks. First, I wanted to fully join the reflections by our colleague from the Gambia. And in that regard, also, Sweden wants to on record express our full support for the STAP and the utilization of science and evidence-based information as a basis for GEF programming ahead. We look forward to review also how to most effectively make use of stuff in GEF 9. We particularly want to support the suggested role of expertise in reviewing how blended finance can play a significant role in achieving transformational change. We also look favorably on the considerations on utilizing AI for environment data, and where we also note the positive work currently being done in UNEP in this regard. On the recommendations, we note that there is a need to consider them in view of the overall budget implications for GEF 9. Thanks.
Thank you, Anders. And this will conclude our list of speakers under this agenda item. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor in Zoom or here in the Preston. So we'll give Rosina some time to respond to these good comments.
There were some questions for Jeff in there. Let me try to go quickly. I'm sorry that I have made us late. India on estuaries, yes, you know, if you look at the science, the biggest risk is indeed to small critters, wherever they are. And the CEO just reminded me of the insect apocalypse, but small critters in freshwater and in saltwater are being very affected and often are not studied. I, however, love invertebrates, and that's what I did my PhD on. But yes, we would be very happy to take a look at freshwater estuaries if Council and Jeff Sec would like. I do want to say on plastics, you know, we did write 3 papers on circular economy a few years ago, one on plastics, one on food, and one on energy. And, you know, that is one way to try to not get it into the stream at all. But yeah, recycling that which is produced at such massive quantities is not going to get us to where we are. And we have not thought about lead in spices, but that's very interesting. We'll take that under advisement. Okay. Would the panel members right up to Peter Lawless, flanking the entire wall, and the staff stand up so you can see them all? Peter, unless you want to be included. No, the staff can stand up. Alex, stand up. So if you can associate them with the picture in my slide. And I do indeed want to apologize, Ben, for the papers being late. You know, the tag meetings ended up being just incredibly time consuming. A lot of people that we had intended to have come from other countries couldn't come. And so there was, you know, a huge amount of work that delayed us. But also, as I mentioned, Monday, we've been down 2 staff in our DC office for, you know, about a year. And then one of them in the DC office ended up in the hospital. So we were really in dire straits, and I apologize for the delay, but I really wanted to make sure that these papers were as good as they could be, and I apologize that they were later. We'll try, yeah. And you're correct, yes, the assembly back in Vancouver, we did have a science day, and half of it was on youth and half of it was on Indigenous people. And we did have the reindeer herders represented there, by the way. Thank you, IPAG. You have a question, I guess, to Claude and the CEO about, you know, you said the ICI, which we found valuable too. You know, how can you go beyond ICI and incorporate some of these suggestions? Lots of comments on blended finance. So yeah, we'll be happy to figure out how we can most usefully serve that. The CSO network you mentioned, well, long-term funding and flexibility. And yes, you might have noticed that all the 4 examples I showed you in our monitoring, evaluation, and learning report were more than 10 years underway. But many of our IPs now also are built on previous efforts, whether they be SGPs or the original IAPs. And so I think that idea of long-term adaptive learning flexibility is incredibly important. Let's see, integrate science. Oh, Gambia, where are we going? Well, you know, I think, yeah, the planet is not just for us, but, you know, I hope that half of the global GDP is dependent on what nature helps us do to live is equally important, and most people don't recognize. So we depend on nature for our own survival too. Thanks for the comments on our PIF reviews. I do want to say that the subset of projects that we looked at were 20 out of a possible set of 200 in the Indigenous Peoples paper. And we purposely picked ones where we had gone through the midterm review and terminal evaluation to make sure that it was a very serious involvement of Indigenous people. So we thought from what we could read, and remember, they're completed. And as I said at the end, that's past, that's not the future. You know, so those were some that we expected to have some of the criteria, which we did find. On the US, we're glad you like our PIF review. And I guess that the question is, you know, the CEO will be the first to say that the A in STAP stands for advisory. As in, you don't have to listen to us or prepare a response. But what we really tried to do is give examples of best practices, you know, not just from what the GEF is doing, but from what the outside world is doing too, and how new science can be incorporated into things like theory of change, or how, you know, if you don't think about climate change, or you don't think about future narratives of how demographics may change or extreme events may change, designing a project without those kind of things may lead to bad outcomes and not durable. So we are trying to inject science in. And so to the extent that we make recommendations, they're always advisory, but they are trying to reflect what the state of practice externally is. And I think that was most of the urgent ones for me, but I don't know if Claude or the CEO want to address beyond ICI, et cetera.
Thank you, Rosina. Now I will hand it over to Claude to respond to those comments addressed to the secretary.
Thank you. Two aspects I want to respond to: the source to see and the Indigenous Peoples paper. First of all, these papers come to us not in a vacuum. We participate in many discussions with Rosina and her team. We often participate in interviews and in providing background to some of the projects that they look into. So these don't come as a surprise. But more importantly, what Rosina mentioned in terms of some of the activities that STAP were engaged in the last 6 months, namely their participation and guidance with our team on the technical advisory group meetings in February, which basically form the science and technical basis for developing the GEF 9 strategies. All of these 3 topics that are presented here, and specifically the source to see and the Indigenous Peoples, were featured in the technical advisory group meetings. And a lot of the recommendations that are in these papers actually flowed from those discussions and were in large part incorporated into the draft strategy that we presented in Paris 2 weeks ago. But more specifically, just to give a little bit more background, because some of this may not be known in detail, the source to see concept actually is basically the backbone of the GEF 8 Clean and Healthy Oceans IP. It's also a framework that we use a lot in IW projects and will continue to do so. It's also the basis for guidance that we are preparing with the network of community of practitioners, which we call IW Learn, which is several hundred practitioners in the IW field where they interact, and in this case, we'll be producing some guidance information and document on the source to sea framework, which then translates back into GEF projects and many other investments in that arena. Now, the source to sea also features, as I just mentioned, very prominently in the GEF 9 IW strategy. And it now forms the backbone of the Blue and Green Island IP, at least the way that we're proposing it. And in fact, if we were to follow the source to sea, we should call it green and blue as opposed to blue and green. But that's more of a detail. It also gives us a framework for justifying and promoting integrated projects with IW, land degradation, and biodiversity money, in some cases, chemicals and waste. And we have several examples of this in terms of some of the projects that we funded in over the last cycles, but that's kind of a lot of the framework. So this is ongoing work, of course, but just to reassure you that we are incorporating those recommendations in the GEF 9 documents. In terms of the IP, and I don't want to take away the eloquent presentation from my good friend Giovanni in the chair of IPAG, as well as from João from Brazil. They presented a couple of the elements that I wanted to focus on, but I just wanted to give you a bit of a history of the GEF's involvement with indigenous peoples, which has been since the beginning. But over 15 years ago, there was a brilliant person called Gustavo Fonseca who decided to create the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group. Today, you have an Indigenous Peoples Advisory Group, which has basically made a statement this morning that outlines the influence of IPAG on the last 15 years of investment of the GEF, culminating in the two examples that were given, the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, as well as the Brazil project funded by GBFF. A couple of other elements in that history, of course, is that the Small Grants Program has always had an Indigenous people component. It hasn't been the major focus, but there have been investments in some of the local communities and Indigenous people organizations through the Small Grants Program. And certainly we're going to talk about that in the GEF 9 replenishment negotiations of how we can enhance the SGP, continue to build on that, and so forth. We talked about the free, prior, and informed consent principle. That's also been part of our safeguards for many, many years. And that's something that we can have a role in continuing to advance across our agencies and across the investments that we make. ICI, again, was very eloquently described by Giovanni. I won't go back into that. In terms of the Brazil project, and I'd like to commend Brazil to continue as a continued trailblazer and poster child of how to use GEF resources in the most efficient and impactful manner. One thing that was not mentioned is that this is not only it being implemented with indigenous communities in Brazil, this is being led by the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples in Brazil, whose minister is an indigenous leader, Minister Guajajaga. I was at the launch in Brazil 2 months ago, and in the 300 people in the audience, there were probably 80% which were indigenous leaders, including the minister, including some of her secretaries. And so this is something that is basically checking off all of the boxes that are part of the recommendations that we've just learned. Now, again, having said all that, the GEF, and we've mentioned this yesterday, and Carlos pushes us in this direction, we are not content on just being good. So looking forward, obviously, the paper is rich in recommendations, and there are many other things that we are going to look into, such as continuing to develop guidelines on incorporating indigenous knowledge into project design and implementation. We can also have an influence on the different FPIC processes across agencies. We can perhaps discuss, and that is something that I think was mentioned in the comments, on a more formal role for IPAG in the governance. It's not something for the Secretary to decide, but we have formalized an IPAG presence in the GBFF. And so there's already an example of how we have moved on that set of recommendations. And we will certainly be making a strong case for including increased funding, depending on the different priorities that donors will have as we discuss this, to have better access to funds either through the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, through the Fonseca program, or through the SGP to have better access to resources from indigenous peoples and local community-led organizations. So there's a lot going on. If you put that into a broad concept, I think there's been tremendous advances over the past 15 years or more, and we will continue to strive to implement as many of these recommendations as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. And with that said, I will pass it over to the co-chair.
Thank you. I see no further requests for the floor. So I'd like to thank Rosina and the entire STAP team and Claude for the responses. Just to note that there was no decision required for this item. So we'll close this item and move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Rosina. So we'll now open agenda item 16. I'll clap. Now open agenda item 16, and I'd like to invite Jonathan Caldecott from the GEF Secretariat to introduce document GEF/C69/12 in relation to the policy amendments to streamline the GEF project cycle. Over to you, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. Yes, good morning, council members. I'm joined here by my colleague Henry Salazar and from the Operations and Policy Division of the Secretariat. And I have the pleasure of introducing the council paper entitled Policy Amendments to Streamline the GEF Project Cycle. This is C69/12. This council paper, what this council paper does is it outlines the formal amendments to 5 GEF policies that are required to implement the various actions that were discussed and already agreed by council in its decision on this issue at the last council meeting in December 2024. Council members will recall that at that meeting, council considered a report from the working group on streamlining, the council streamlining working group, and took a decision to instruct the Secretariat and the agencies to begin to implement a set of actions that were outlined in a table in that report. Some of those actions are already underway. Some of the actions were identified as requiring policy amendments in order to implement them. And so as GEF policies are approved by council, the council also decided that the required policy amendments would come back to council for decision in order to for us to implement these actions. So they're coming to you at this decision for at this meeting for a formal decision. The streamlining measures that call for the policy modifications are clustered around 5 areas, and I'll just briefly outline those. First, there are a set of actions to enhance and simplify the policy requirements linked to ensuring quality project review. Second, there are actions aimed at timely submission of project documents to allow revision and circulation to council before cancellation deadlines kick in. Third, they add clarity in the criteria for the dual implementation and execution roles by GEF agencies. And fourth, there are actions aimed at more streamlined and consistent reporting. And so these measures altogether aim to strengthen the quality of project development, of project review, of implementation, as well as enhancing the reporting mechanisms for the key modalities, and also to align the reporting requirements across the operations. So implementing the changes that were requested by council requires modifying provisions of the following 5 policies: the project and program cycle policy, the project cancellation policy, the minimum fiduciary standards policy, the agency fee policy, and then finally the policy on monitoring. The annexes in the document before council present the detailed proposed updates to those policies in track changes against the current versions for ease of reference by the council. I would like to add that The proposed amendments were also consulted with GEF agencies, with the operational focal points in advance of finalization and circulation of the document to council. And I'm pleased to report that the consultation resulted in what we thought were very constructive inputs and informed the proposals that are presented in the final version circulated to council. The Secretariat would also like to express its appreciation to the GEF agencies, as well as to the community of OFPs for their constructive engagement in this process. Before concluding, I would just like to reaffirm that streamlining remains an ongoing process. There will be more to come in GEF 8 and into GEF 9. This is detailed in the action plan contained in that December 2024 council paper. It will also be extended even more in the draft policy directions document that was considered recently by the GEF 9 replenishment participants. We're encouraged by the improvements already in the GEF's operational performance with evidence of improved efficiency since GEF 6. We've seen from various reports, including yesterday's presentation from IEO, that time from PIF approval to CEO endorsement and approval has decreased. It has been reduced by 6.5 months in GEF 8 when compared to GEF 7. And there are also early positive signs that the time to reach first disbursement is decreasing in GEF 8. We will continue to report on the results of our efforts on streamlining, as well as on overall GEF performance in the annual monitoring report and in the GEF scorecard. So the streamlining actions clearly are starting to bear some fruit, but we do need to continue to work on this front, along with the other actors in the partnership, with the agencies, with the countries, the trustee, and of course with council members. So on approval of the decision before council, the revised policies would then be published on the GEF website and formally effective from July 1st, 2025. We would also ensure that we prepare and update guidelines based on the new revised policies and make sure those are available both internally to staff in the Secretariat to provide additional guidance and ensure consistency with internally, and also to provide guidance to our external partners on the implications for implementing these policies. With that, thank you very much, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. With that, we'll open the floor for any comments or questions. Naomi, thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Anders, floor is yours.
Thank you. And much in line with our comments in December at the preceding council meeting, we certainly very much welcome these efforts to increase efficiency, to reduce time span, and make better use of our funding in that sense. We do have one caveat, as was signaled also in December, which is related to the annual reports and the removals in paragraph 35. Where we simply sense a need to balance the reform also with maintaining transparency and accountability of how our taxpayers' money are being used. So in that sense, we would need an assurance that we don't lose transparency in terms of the removal of the annual report, and that the changes in terms of the other measures which are proposed would not reduce the transparency and accountability of how the funding is subsequently being spent, so that we can also continuously follow up how the funding is being spent. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anders. Next in line will be Maher Tsuyoshi Regina. Maher, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Jonathan, for the presenting the paper. Our constituency welcomed the proposed amendments, which, as agreed in last December, we wanted to streamline the GEF project cycle and acknowledges the Secretariat's efforts to increase potential increase operational efficiency while maintaining project quality and accountability. We particularly support the amendments that set clear submission timelines for CEO endorsement and approvals. These changes are practical and very much necessity to reduce the risk of automatic project cancellation due to the late submission. Ensuring predictability in the project processing is especially important for countries with limited capacities. We also welcome the clarified criteria under the minimum fiduciary standards and fee policies regarding dual implementation and execution roles. The flexibility introduced, particularly for fragile context and post-disaster situation, will allow for more responsive and context-sensitive approach without compromising the fiduciary integrity. Moreover, the updates on the monitoring policy, including the alignment of reporting deadlines and removal of redundant reporting requirements, are steps we think it's in the right direction toward reducing the administrative burden and improving the utility performance of data. We encourage a timely implementation of these policies and request the Secretariat to keep monitoring and continue engagements with the countries to monitor how these changes will improve the project delivery on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maher. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Japan basically supports this amendment because this proposal aligns the streamlining measures approved by at the last council meetings. In this issue, I'd like to comment on the modifier of the fee policy of GEF partner agencies, especially the dual execution. Our colleagues already said. We think that the system changes from the previous one that required the Secretariat to conduct individual review to a rule-based system with a clearly stated condition is expected to lead to improved transparency and contribute to earlier and more efficient project implementation by reducing the burden on the Secretariat and the retention period in review. On the other hand, the original intent of not allowing dual execution in principle will be maintained. In this situation, if the number of projects in which dual execution is allowed increases in the future, it should be recognized that this may have disadvantage from the perspective of sustainable development due to undermining in terms of institutional capacity, engagement, and ownership of the beneficiary country. In addition, implementation of a project in a conflict or fragile countries entails significant integrity risk. Therefore, regardless of whether dual execution is applied, we believe that effort should be made to manage this risk by taking care to prevent the situation becoming a mere formality of examination process due to over degree of seeking efficiency. Through this amendment, we hope that the project of truly require dual execution will be expedited, and also in the medium term, necessary support and measures will be considered so that beneficiary countries executing agencies will be utilized as much as possible. Thank you very much. Back to Chair.
Thank you, Tsuyoshi-san. Regina, tienes la palabra.
Gracias, Noemi. Thank you. The constituency welcomes the GEF efforts to enhance the clarity, coherence, and effectiveness of its operational policies. These updates are a step forward in improving transparency and accountability. We recognize the intention behind formalizing clearer criteria for the roles of implementing and executing entities. However, we wish to highlight a concern. For the countries of this constituency and many others with similar conditions, the participation of national public institutions as executing agencies has been essential to ensuring national ownership, policy alignment, increasing local capacities, and long-term impact. Nonetheless, the proposed restrictions, if not paired with technical support, could unintentionally limit the engagement of these entities in GEF projects. Public institutions often face structural constraints. Many are not legally authorized to manage external funds directly, and some lack the administrative infrastructure for full execution. Additionally, elevated implementation and execution fees can reduce the funds available for activities that are directly benefit for the communities. This poses a challenge to achieving the transformational challenge that the GEF aims to support. In this context, we urge the Council to take into account the differentiated capacities of countries. Should the proposed changes be adopted, we recommend establishing a transition period or a pilot phase that allows for gradual adaptation while minimizing disruption to ongoing national efforts. Moreover, the constituency calls on the GEF to urge implementing agencies to fully embrace their shared responsibility in meeting the deadlines and requirements outlined in the update project cancellation policy, as well as the project and program cycle policy. Timely coordination, communication, and delivery from all parties, including implementing agencies, is essential to ensure the effective progression of projects. We also support the proposed amendments to the small grants program, the introduction of disaggregated project implementation reports and midterm reviews will strengthen oversight and provide valuable insight into the results at the country and thematic level. For countries like ours, where small grants are vital in mobilizing local communities, these improvements are particularly welcome. In conclusion, while we support the adoption of the proposed policy updates, we encourage the Council to remain mindful of their operational implications, particularly on national execution. A coordinated and inclusive approach where both implementing and executing entities retain meaningful roles will be critical to the continued success of GEF-funded initiatives. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Regina. Next in line will be CSO Network, Mauricio, Joao, and then we will give both Jonathan some minutes to respond. CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Chair, Council members, and distinguished delegates. My name is Nono. I am the CCP of Angola. On behalf of GEF CISO Network, we would like to express our appreciation on the GEF Secretary for its continued efforts to improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability across the project cycle. Let me now share our views on a specific aspects on the proposed amendment. On point 1, we welcome the requirement for agencies to submit endorsement and approval requests 8 to 12 weeks in advance. This measure enables sufficient time for thorough project review, enhancement, and reduces the risk of automatic cancellation. 2, we appreciate the provision allowing to deadline extension under exceptional circumstances such as conflict, natural disasters, or epidemic. This is a programmatic and compassionate step. We urge that CISOs be formally consulted when extension requests are being considered, especially when they serve as executing partners. This will help strengthen inclusivity and local ownership of project outcomes. 3, we support the harmonization of reporting requirements that the move to eliminate redundant data submissions. We support the proposed reporting for programs which will enable overall monitoring and enhancement when necessary. We encourage PIRs for programming, including integrate programs to be posted publicly. We also support the proposal that that overall full-size small grants program project should submit regular PIRs. We ask that such PIRs are shared publicly or that minimum with the SGP Steering Committee and the CISO network to enable appropriate and review and feedback. 4, we note that the current proposal does not include many of the streamlining measures presented at the 6/8 Council meeting in December 2024. Are these other measures still being considered? In particular, we are concerned that some of the other proposed streamlining measures may significantly reduce the opportunity for civil society and other stakeholders to be engaged in the formulation of GEF projects and programs. For example, 1, the proposal to drop the preparation of PIF for MSPs and expedite approvals may remove the opportunity for input by civil society. The proposal to simplify templates and streamline reviews by removing stakeholders' engagement and environmental and social salvaguards from PIF format that could undermine the whole society approach, the whole of society approach. 5, the GEF CISO network calls for dedicated capacity building strategy to accompany all new policies and amendments. They should be tolerated for CISOs and CBOs to ensure that local actors, those close to environmental challenge, can engage meaningfully and equitably throughout the project cycle. 6, we would also like to take the opportunity to mention our support the GEF 9 proposal on accelerate and streamlined delivery, enhance access to financing to vulnerable groups, and exploring options for the letter of endorsement and amending guidelines and policies to enhance access to financing, thereby supporting the rights and knowledge system EPL is. In conclusion, we reaffirm our support for streamlining the project cycle and speeding the delivery of funds. However, we need assurance from GEF that these changes will not advertently lead to the inclusion of CISOs, indigenous people, and local communities from effective engagement in the project formulation and design. Thank you.
Thank you, CSO Network. Mauricio, tienes la palabra.
La circunscripción del Cono Sur de América Latina coincide con la lógica de las modificaciones planteadas, pero quiere realizar un par de comentarios para consideración en relación a las modificaciones de la Policy on Minimum Fiduciary Standards y la Fee Policy for GEF Partner Agencies, referidas al establecimiento de excepciones por las cuales las agencias GEF pueden desarrollar un rol dual de implementación y ejecución. En relación a la primera excepción planteada que señala due to legislative or regulatory restrictions in the country, executing entities are prohibited from receiving GEF funds, la circunscripción quiere precisar que si bien muchos países de la región no tienen una prohibición expresa para recibir recursos del GEF, sí presentan limitaciones legales o financieras que restringen el acceso efectivo a dichos fondos. Por ello, la circunscripción propone para consideración el siguiente texto alternativo. Due to legislative or regulatory restrictions in the country, executing entities are subject to financial and or legal limitations for receiving GEF funds. Y de otro lado, planteamos adicionalmente para consideración que se analice la formulación de una nueva excepción sustentada desde una perspectiva de análisis costo-beneficio, ya que en muchos casos resulta más beneficioso a los países que la agencia implementadora asuma también el rol de entidad ejecutora, dado que ya cuenta con el conocimiento técnico, operativo e institucional del proyecto. Esto puede optimizar recursos y reducir los plazos de ejecución. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Mauricio. Joao, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador would like to thank the Secretariat for the detailed document and for the consultations conducted with agencies and OFPs. We recognize and appreciate the efforts made to streamline the project cycle, which we believe it's a critical step toward improving overall efficiency and delivery. More generally speaking, we would like to echo and support the proposals for enhancement of the document made by our colleagues from Mexico and Peru, which also consider some concerns of our constituency. With regard to the proposed requirement that CEO endorsement or approval requests be submitted 8 or 12 weeks prior to the cancellation deadline, we would welcome further clarification on how this measure would operate in practice. While we understand the rationale behind this adjustment, we are concerned that, in effect, it may reduce the available preparation window and create additional pressure on operational focal points who are already responsible for coordinating complex national level processes. We would therefore like to know whether the Secretariat would have assessed the potential implications of these new deadlines for the OFPs, in particular those with limited capacities, including human resources. To meet this revised timeline alongside other procedural deadlines, it would be important to ensure that OFPs are effectively and flexibly resourced, including through targeted support mechanisms under GEF 9, thinking about the future. We would also kindly suggest that the new rule allow for a degree of flexibility, including the possibility for countries to fulfill the 8 or 12-week requirement by submitting a preliminary version of the endorsement approval request, which would allow initial review processes to begin while additional national level steps are finalized. This would allow the review process to begin while granting countries the necessary time to finalize legal clearances, institutional arrangements, or technical components that may still be pending by this time. On the matter of dual roles for GEF agencies, we appreciate the effort to define exception criteria. At the same time, we believe it is critical to ensure that country ownership remains the guide principle, as mentioned by my colleague of Peru, both in the decision to allow an agency to perform a dual role and in the identification of suitable national executing entities based on the country's institutional capacities and preferences. We are particularly mindful of the potential for unintended pressure on implementing agencies to assume execution responsibilities, especially in countries that may face capacity constraints or institutional turnovers. In this regard, we would suggest that the application of this criteria be flexible, transparent, and conducted in close consultation with the beneficiary countries. Finally, we wish to reiterate that the development and strengthening of national execution capacities should remain a central and long-term objective of the GEF partnership. The dual role of agencies should therefore be preserved as an exceptional arrangement rather than becoming a default modality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joao. So we're close to lunchtime and we still have quite a few in line. So I will now hear back from Jonathan, break for lunch, and continue with the rest of the participations after lunch. Yesterday evening, the co-chair took us through an agenda item originally scheduled for today, which granted us a good buffer to continue with these conversations later today. So with that said, I will pass it over to Jonathan.
Thank you very much, Noemi, and thanks to council members. I'm not sure I can do justice to all of the comments in 4 minutes, but let me give it a try. Thank you, Anders, for your comments on and particularly your concern about the small grants program reporting not being streamlined. So I mean, we've recognized the value of the SGP annual reports that previously came from only from UNDP as the sole SGP implementer. But those reports didn't really provide the granular details on implementation across all GEF SGP projects and disbursements. And the way the data came in didn't really allow the Secretariat to execute the oversight that's now anticipated under the SGP 2.0, where we've added 2 agencies, Conservation International and FAO. And so there's a need to ensure that there's comparable reporting from all three agencies. So taking that into account, we have in the new SGP implementation arrangements, which were approved by Council in 2022, those have measures to strengthen the reporting under SGP, expand the role of the Secretariat in monitoring and oversight functions, and the coordination role that previously wasn't there in SGP, in the original SGP. So, I mean, these additional accountability and transparency measures include requirements for the SGP agencies to provide the yearly PIRs, project implementation reports, including information on implementation progress, disbursement progress. And we think that will enhance the ability of the Secretariat to provide better oversight of SGP projects and monitor disbursement information by country, as well as reporting through the SGP 2.0 results framework. Yeah, there's also, I mean, we've also, as council members may be aware, established a new partnership division in the Secretariat that has dedicated senior staff responsible for helping to guide the strategic direction, as well as that oversight that I mentioned. Thank you, Tioshi. And your comment on sustainability is really one of the prime motivators for making these adjustments to the policy. We're seeking ways to improve the sustainability of GEF interventions. It's an issue that has come up in IEO evaluations, other external findings. So by removing the loopholes that permit, and in some cases actually provide incentives for GEF agencies to play the dual role, we expect that that favoring the use of local and national entities to execute projects will contribute to that goal of sustainability. Chair, I'm mindful we're at 12:30 and there's another event. Do you want me to keep going? Okay. Thank you to Hina and to Mauricio and Joel for your comments on the terms of the exceptions. I would just like to provide some assurance that we are still providing exceptions. There will still be a case-by-case review by the Secretariat. The goal, in addition to sustainability, one of the goals that we have in making these adjustments is to inject a little more certainty in the criteria for exceptions, so that there's a consistent and well-known application of these. There are some cases where an exception is indeed warranted, and there will be in guidelines that will be developed subsequent to the approval by Council, additional guidelines both internally and externally on the application of the exceptions. We're also mindful that there's a need to ensure the separation of functions between the supervision and execution function in the GEF governance. It's a critical element of GEF governance, as really the GEF agency is the only legal entity to which GEF Council has any recourse through the financial procedures agreements with the trustee. So the element of cost benefit that has been suggested is part of that case-by-case determination. So there will still be an element of that, but just more clarity on the broad strokes of what is possible under the exceptions. Let me just briefly talk about a clarification on the 8 to 12 week requirement for advanced circulation. There wouldn't be an automatic cancellation if that's not circulated within that time period. There would be an automatic notification that would go to the agency and the OFP well in advance of any cancellation, and there would be an opportunity to extend that period as already exists in policy. So let me just assure that there wouldn't be an automatic cancellation that would be triggered by that. The comment from the CSO network, thank you for those on the PIRs and others. We have also introduced guidelines and requirements for agencies vis-a-vis the interaction with OFPs and sharing information that we hope will encourage a greater dialogue between agencies and OFPs as projects are developed and as they're implemented. And the GEF stakeholder engagement policy and the guidelines associated with that policy, of course, still apply and still set out the requirements by the Secretariat and by the agencies. Yeah, I think that's at least up there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. So as mentioned, we will now proceed to our lunch, coming back at 2 p.m. Lunch will be again in the atrium, and those invited to the MOPAN lunch, a reminder from our co-chair that the invitation was sent from his email. It will be held in the East Dining Room. So again, downstairs, going to the atrium to the left, you will see there the GEF banner. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, and I hope that everyone enjoyed the well-deserved lunch. We are ready to start, to continue our discussions.
Thank you.
All right, so in the interest of time, I suggest that we jump back into the list of speakers. First in line, I have Nicolas, who is already here in the table. Thank you, Nicolas. Followed by Andrea, Perpetua, and Anil. With that said, Nicolas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany would like to support the proposed streamlining updates to the GEF policies that have been presented. And we also commend that all parties were considered and they had their interests considered in the discussions on that. So also the agencies and the operational focal points. We do hear that some concerns have been raised from other council members just before. And we hope that these first clarifications from the Secretariat help to clear that up. But we really think that this is important to get going on now, to show that the GEF is moving forward, is making its processes more efficient, and shows that it really warrants its unique place in the international environmental financial architecture. And even though these measures that we are debating here may seem very technical, we're talking about reporting duties, when to file a report, when to not file a report, but this is exactly what we need to do, because these very technical measures can have the actual effect to save time, and simplifying reporting duties and clear timeline requirements are the right steps, and we definitely should decide on them and accept them this time. Of course, at the same time, we still have to make sure that the GEF sets very high quality standards, but we are satisfied that that is assured. But of course, encourage the Secretariat to always strive to ensure that as well. And overall, this is a first step that we should take now, but of course, we need to take further steps in the GEF 9 replenishment, as has already been outlined by the Secretariat, and we support that very much. We think the proposals in the first GEF 9 draft were already quite ambitious, and we'd very much like to move forward with that in the next replenishment meetings. We do have one question on the proposed measures, which is regarding the dual execution exceptions, and we understand that a dual role can be beneficial in mobilizing private investments via the non-grant instruments, but we also see that local and national financial institutions like national development banks can be important partners in mobilizing domestic resources. And so we wonder if the proposed amendment sufficiently ensures that these local institutions will not be completely pushed out of NGI execution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, for kicking us off this afternoon. Andre, floor is yours. Yeah, can IT help us to enable Andres' microphone, please? Please. There you go, Andre. When it's ready, it's good to go. Thank you, IT.
Thanks for the magic. We would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents and policy amendments. The document has improved a lot since the last council meeting, and the suggested policy changes are clear and transparent. Thank you for this. We really appreciate increased transparency and clarity, which also enables all members of the GEF partnership to fully understand the suggested changes. We believe increasing the operational efficiency of the GEF, including by streamlining the project cycle, is very important to improve access for recipient countries. We see the suggested changes and amendments as a first step in this direction and are looking forward to the further policy recommendations in this regard as part of the GEF 9 replenishment process. We agree to the draft decision and support the suggested changes to the various policies. In particular, we appreciate the clarifications on the criteria to allow for dual implementation and execution, which are important for some of our constituency members. Regarding these criteria, we have an open question. Could you please explain again what the reasons for allowing agencies to carry out dual implementation and execution role in non-grant instruments projects are, and how the GEF ensures that there are no conflict of interest in the case of dual implementation in NGI projects? Finally, if we understood properly, our colleagues from Peru suggested some additions to the paper's text. If so, we would appreciate if this suggested text could be circulated in writing. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andre. Andrea, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for progressing with options to amend its policies with the aim of streamlining the GEF's project cycle. We welcome the report and the suggested amendments. We urge the GEF to continue implementation of iterative improvements to streamline policies and processes to make its funding even more effective and efficient, especially noting the importance for capacity-constrained states who are most in need of financing. And just on access to financing, I recently participated in an OECD DAC workshop where the main barrier to finance was identified as being language difficulties. And I just wondered, as part of the streamlining processes, if the GEF was considering the use of AI in language translation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. I'll now give the floor to Perpetua, representing the Pacific constituency, and then we will go online to Fakaban to then continue in the Preston. So Perpetua, floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. Also allow me to join others in thanking thanking the Secretariat for preparing the paper. We support the proposed amendments to streamline the project cycle following the work done by the Council's working group on streamlining the GEF project cycle. We deem that the following proposed measures will facilitate efficiency in realizing the GEF objectives, as well as enhance GEF Secretariat guidance and support to Council members, particularly with OFPs on improving its role in project development and oversight. Allocating adequate time for the GEF Secretariat to facilitate review of agency submissions, including circulation to Council if needed to reduce the risk of cancellation, as well as setting specific reporting period by fiscal year for lead agencies to report program level progress to have uniform reporting across child projects and the programs, and eliminating redundant project implementation report submission in the final year of project implementation to avoid redundant reporting and submission of the terminal evaluation. And then lastly, looking at requiring mandatory submission of midterm reviews for medium-sized project above $2 million following the decision made during the 66th Council meeting. With regard to policy on monitoring, we suggest that the implementation impact be integrated into the implementation reports of programs and projects, subject to the availability of data. This information will be critical to inform future projects for replication and scaling up, resulting in broader environmental gains. We reiterate the decision of the Secretariat to report on the implementation of the approved streamlined measures at the 70th Council. Another major issue is the GEF strong policy, where implementing agencies are not permitted to execute projects, but ideally local entities and ministries are supposed to execute the project. The clear proposed amendment is fundamental, allowing local executing entities or agencies, including overseas ministry, CSOs, to execute projects on the ground is a great way to build their capacity and ownership. This operational modality ensure the fundamental GEF principle of country ownership and local national capacity building, and also avoid conflict of interest, as implementing agencies' role is to supervise the project implementation. Nonetheless, we do understand that there have to be certain exceptions to this policy, but our policy as written are not clear. Therefore, in this council meeting, we are presenting revised policy which outlines clear exceptions where full or partial executions by implementing agencies are allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Perpetua. We will now go to Zoom to hear from Fakaban. Then we will continue with Anil, Jan, and Catherine. Fakaban, floor is yours.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I apologize, but I need to turn off my camera. Thank you for understanding. On behalf of East Asia constituency, I would like to commend the GEF Secretariat for its efforts in preparing the policy amendment to streamline the GEF project cycle. One significant policy change in this document is the distinction between the role of the agency and the executing partner, as outlined in Annex 3, Paragraph 2, and Annex 4, Paragraph 9, which state in exceptional case per the request of the beneficiary country, the same GEF agency may carry out both functions. In this context, our constituency urged GEF secretariats and the Council to review and reassess these provisions. We firmly support the separation of role between GEF implementing agency and national executing agency, as this distinction is crucial for preventing conflict of interest, enhancing operational effectiveness, increasing local engagement, and ensuring the long-term sustainability of GEF-funded projects. A single agency responsible for implementation, monitoring, and execution would concentrate excessive power, limiting impartial oversight. Separation can ensure that implementing agency can provide unbiased monitoring and support to executing agency, thereby improving accountability. Implementing agencies specialize in managing international funds, ensuring compliance with GEF policy, and overseeing outcome. Meanwhile, executing agencies are better positioned to deliver results on the ground, leveraging the local expertise, established network, and operational know-how to strengthen local involvement and commitment, empowering national agencies such as government ministry, NGO, or research institutions to execute projects, promote country ownership, align initiative with national priority, and build local capacity, all of which are essential for sustainability and long-term impact. Therefore, maintaining a clear distinction between implementing and executing role ultimately benefit both recipient country and the GEF framework, ensuring project success and long-term resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fakaban. We heard you loud and clear. Anil, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you and good afternoon to everybody. I just have
I support a lot of the recommendations which came to my preceding speakers in the morning, and I would like to take on, and I strongly support Peru's recommendation of including the implementing agencies also to execute projects because they have a wealth of information, wealth of experience and knowledge implementing projects even outside the GEF financing. Having said that, I have just one more suggestion here is in the reporting, while I support all the recommendations of the changes, in the reporting part of it, I think some of the OFPs are all just a single person sitting there and they may be having many projects across. So probably I would suggest that we have some sort of a standardized template which the executing agencies can come online and fill it in, and then the OFP could take that on and give a comprehensive report to the secretariat, which will also help them, because otherwise it will become a big load for the single OFP. Where there is a bigger OFP supported by a larger number of staff, it becomes much easier. But I think for SIDS especially, it will be a case which I think we should favorably consider. And last but not the least, this is one thing I don't know how my council members, if colleagues here would take it. Is there an audit which happens for each of the project, the fiduciary compliance? Because that's not something which we have seen in any of the reports, though it's mentioned in the reports that there is a fiduciary compliance, not only for the projects which is going in, but also the country-wise. I think when they are recipients of grants, the general international practice is that they submit a sort of an audit, annual audit report to the main funding agency. So I think that is something which I would like the Secretary to enlighten the members here, and also the overall audit report of GEF, which I think should also be shared with the members. That's my only request here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil. Jan, floor is yours.
Thank you. We support the proposed policy amendment, and I would like to make 2 points. First, we encourage the Secretary to maintain timely communication with GEF agencies and beneficiary countries, conduct in-depth impact assessments, and keep the Council members informed to further enhance and simplify the project cycle policy. Second, we would like to emphasize that the exemption clauses of relevant policies should apply to vulnerable and less capable countries and regions, ensuring the smooth implementation of relevant projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next in line will be Catherine, followed by Stéphanie, and then Samantha. Floor is yours, Catherine.
Merci. Je vais parler en français. Donc, le Canada remercie le secrétariat pour toutes les clarifications apportées depuis la réunion de conseil en décembre, et nous pouvons appuyer les modifications proposées. Nous accueillons les efforts continus du FEM pour améliorer le cycle de projet et renforcer sa réactivité aux besoins des pays récipiendaires, tout en maintenant la diligence raisonnable nécessaire et une rigueur au niveau de la gestion. Nous croyons que les modifications proposées permettront un équilibre au niveau de l'accès, la rapidité et la qualité en ce qui concerne l'approbation, le suivi et le rapport sur les projets et les programmes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Catherine. Nous continuons en français avec Stéphanie. Stéphanie, vous avez la parole.
Pardon. Oui, je vais m'exprimer en français. Nous soutenons les évolutions qui vont dans le bon sens et qui permettent de répondre, je pense que c'est important de le rappeler, aux demandes récurrentes d'accélérer l'accès au financement du GEF. C'est tous notre objectif. Et donc, ces évolutions qui sont discutées depuis plusieurs mois déjà vont dans le bon sens. Ceci étant, nous entendons aussi les craintes exprimées par différents pays, et en particulier pays bénéficiaires, sur les implications opérationnelles, notamment pour les executing agencies locales. À ce propos, nous souhaitons rappeler que pour la France, l'association d'executing agencies locales est un point important pour garantir la meilleure appropriation possible, l'ownership, comme disait notre collègue de Fidji, et bien sûr le renforcement de capacité de ces executing agencies. À ce propos, un des points qui pourrait être creusé par le secrétariat, par les implementing agencies, avant même GEF 9, mais aussi dans la discussion de la reconstitution de GEF 9, c'est le renforcement de capacités des points focaux, mais aussi des executing agencies locales. On en a déjà un peu parlé sur les points focaux, on peut étendre aussi aux executing agencies locales. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphanie. Samantha, floor is yours, followed by Abby and Aliona.
Thank you. The Caribbean constituency welcomes the report on streamlining of the GEF project cycle. As SEEDS faced with severe human resource limitations, including readily available national executing agencies, we particularly welcome the ability for GEF agencies to play dual roles of implementing and executing agencies where the country deems it necessary. Similar to the views already expressed by previous council members, we believe that the GEF agencies should be required to incorporate national capacity enhancement under such circumstances. With respect to the PIRs required by the national SGP offices, we seek clarification on whether the SGP is required to prepare one PIR per project or one national PIR that covers all projects currently under implementation. If the requirement is for the former, we feel it necessary to place our concerns on record, as our SGP offices are for the most part staffed with only one individual, and this requirement would therefore place a significant additional burden on these offices.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Samantha. Abby, floor is yours.
Thank you. I wasn't planning on coming in because I thought we would try to streamline our deliberations because we're all about streamlining. In fact, this is the working group on streamlining. But I just want to come in to say, and just to be clear, I think that, you know, if I recall from the last council meeting, the working group and the agencies and the secretariat did a lot of thinking about proposals on how to streamline the project cycle. And I think the secretariat's done a really good job of turning these recommendations into clear things that we need to work on in order to help move things along. And specifically on this issue of exceptions for when implementing agencies can serve the dual roles. I mean, my understanding from the conversation that we had in December is that the default should be that implementing agencies and executing agencies are separate, just to keep kind of roles and responsibilities clear. And the goal of putting this list together was to acknowledge that sometimes that is not possible, but to have a bit more order in when exceptions are requested and when it seems, you know, logical to request an exception. And I think that it's just important to keep that in mind, that I think there was a lot of confusion sometimes about whether an exception would be was appropriate to request and whether it would be granted. And so the purpose of this change is to provide guidance both for the OFPs and the implementing agencies and executing agencies to just know when making exceptions to the policy makes sense. And so I think from our point of view, this is a very sensible list of likely exceptions. Probably someone in some point in some country will come up with another combination and you'll have to figure out how to deal with that. But I do think that we do support this. It does seem to me that this is really a common sense change. And in fact, it probably won't change the status quo in most cases. But as Samantha points out, I think she gave an excellent example. In some cases, it may help in terms of speeding programming up in cases where a local executing agency may be a challenge to find. So, and with respect to the rest of the changes, we were also fine with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Next in line will be Aliona, followed by Gisela and Ben. Aliona, floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Our constituency supports the streamlining the GEF cycle, and it's really welcome for this, continuation and kind of enforcing the implementation of the projects in a due time. But in the same time, I will continue Anil's point on the reports because it's not only necessary to share the reports with AFPs of the GEF, but I would really ask to include in the minutes that the reports of the implementing agency, executing agency to be shared with the OFPs, because sometimes we have moments or a timeline when they got the letter, they're implementing the project, an OFP or the beneficiary has no clue what's happening. So I would rather, make sure that the beneficiary is in line and is really aware that the project is implementing well. We personally have in our country a project that is a pity that this project does not go well. Yeah, so we really want to, to implement and to be on the same wave. So it will be good to share the reports with OFPs. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Aliona. Gisela, first.
Thanks, Noemi. We welcome and support the proposal. These amendments concretely operationalize the previous council decision to project cycle streamlining. The criteria for agencies acting simultaneously as implementers and executors are clear and appreciated. And we would like to ask, how will compliance with these criteria be monitored and transparently reported to the council? On the fee policy implementation, can the Secretariat clarify further the scope of permissible administrative, financial, and procurement support to avoid unintended expansions of execution roles and associated costs? And last question is on monitoring adjustment. Could potential information gaps arise from the removal of PIRs in the year terminal evaluation are submitted, particularly if evaluation experience delays? Thank you.
Thank you, Gisela. Ben, floor is yours.
Yeah, many thanks, Naomi. Just to say that, again, likewise others, I wasn't intending to come in, but I just wanted to say and emphasize that we very much welcome the progress which is being made on streamlining the GEF cycle. This is very important for us to increase access to countries, to finance. And I think this sort of continuation of that process and the incremental streamline that we're seeing through this, as we discussed over the last two council meetings, I think is really good progress forward in terms of where we got to so far. I think just dependent on the GEF Secretariat's response to the questions raised by the OFP engagement and clarity around the dual execution, we'll be very happy to support the decision. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ben. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So back to you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Naomi. Thanks very much to the council members for the additional comments and questions. To the proposal from Brazil and Peru and Mexico, what we have in mind is ensuring that the guidelines that we prepare that will provide the interpretation to both internally to our staff and externally to the agencies and to the countries would clarify how we handle the case-by-case basis, on case-by-case examples where, for instance, there are major impediments, in terms of cost, to going ahead with a separation of the execution and the implementation in the country. So we would flesh that out in guidelines, which again would be public and available to all. Thanks to Germany for your support on the proposed adjustments. We're mindful, obviously, that streamlining has some degree of trade-offs associated with it, right? So I just want to assure that the amendments that are proposed don't, would not impinge on local private entities to engage in NGI. And indeed, we've added NGI for that purpose, and the executing partners for NGI are also selected by the GEF agency in consultation with the country. So that should hopefully cover that concern. And to the question from Andre as well, to avoid the conflict of interest. So we added the exception for NGI, as the NGI projects don't often use traditional project-based governance models, right? So, for example, innovative finance, bond issuances, and the like. So the GEF agencies that we have been working with involved in these activities generally are the banks. They have the expertise, they have confidentiality provisions and policies in place that are part of the conditions for the individual funding requests that come in. The question from New Zealand on AI for language, we have insofar as we were receiving more requests from OFPs for various documents from the Secretariat in local languages, we have been actually making use of that from time to time. We also have access to the World Bank's translation services. So that's another benefit that we have being embedded in the World Bank. So we do have that. We have been looking at AI for other things, including combing through PIRs and MTRs and that sort of thing. But I think that's a separate discussion, perhaps. Thank you very much, Fiji, for your support. We hear what you've been saying. Also from and we also appreciate the intervention that this is about sustainability, about country ownership, which really goes to the heart of the amendments that are proposed here. It's about cost control as well, and doing what we can from the part of the Secretariat to keep the country in the driver's seat, and enhancing ownership as much as we can. Again, recognizing that there will occasionally be trade-offs to this, and referring back to the call for improving sustainability over the long term. We just also heard a bit of that at lunch from the MOPAN team as well. Anil, thanks for your intervention on this. On the reporting, we do have, there are audit report requirements that the projects submit to agencies. Agencies then submit those to the trustee. So there are provisions in the financial procedures agreements between the trustee and the agencies that those are provided. Samantha, thank you for your intervention on the small grants program. Just to clarify, there may have been a misinterpretation here. The proposal is that we have one PIR per GEF SGP project ID, which means that covers all national grants. So it's not one PIR per individual SGP project at the country level. And so there's no expectation for countries that would be participating in global SGP projects to be submitting PIRs for each of those. So I apologize for that. But that is important to clarify. Thank you, Moldova. Yes, the paper we provided, the paper that the council considered in December, already added requirements for reports to be shared by the agencies with OFPs. So I think we have that already covered. And then also in terms of Gisela, in terms of the reporting on how we implement the streamlining measures, there is also a commitment to provide a report to council on the outcomes of streamlining, which will again be midway through the GEF 9 process, where we will also be having this discussion among the GEF 9 replenishment participants. So there'll be two separate avenues, if you will, for reporting back on how the streamlining measures are being implemented. Of course, we do want to Again, a trade-off. More information reports means potentially less in the direction of streamlining, but I think it's important as we go through this process that that we make sure everyone is aware of the benefits as well as the costs to this whole process. So thanks. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Jonathan. I don't see any other speakers listed. And on that, after a robust discussion, I think we can go forward with the proposed text. And I just seek to have invite council to adopt the draft decision as included in document GEF/C69/12. Thank you. I think the document is so approved. And now I'll hand over to the Chair, Carlos Manuel, to move to agenda item 18. Carlos.
Thanks, Richard, and thanks everyone for the decision that was just taken. A super important decision that we've been working all together for almost a year nowadays. So I'm very excited by that. So with this, we move our agenda item 18, which has to do with other businesses. I'll pass it over to Noemi so she can guide us with the three things that we have as other businesses. Over to you, Noemi.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as we all know, at the adoption of the agenda on Monday, Council approved to discuss 3 items under any other business, which I have sent via email the draft decisions that we can put forward and discuss. To start with, I will give the floor to Fakaban, alternate member of East Asia, who is joining us online. She requested to address the Council on welcoming new members to their constituency of East Asia. Fakaban, you're joining us online, so floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak on behalf of East Asia constituency. Paragraph 11 of the GEF Council Rule of Procedures state the following. If a participant wishes to change the constituency in which is grouped, the procedure provides for in paragraph 8 of Annex E of the instrument shall apply. That is after consultation with the participant in the constituency in which is wished to be grouped. The participant shall notify the Secretariat of its interest in changing its constituency grouping. The participant shall be grouped in the new constituency subject to agreement by the participant in that constituency and subsequent confirmation by the Council at its next meeting. The Council member for the constituency shall confirm the constituency agreement and the Council shall confirm the new constituency grouping at its next meeting. As the Council member representing the East Asia constituency, I am delighted to announce that our constituency has unanimously welcomed Indonesia and the Philippines to join us. These decisions reflect the regional affinity and closeness among our country, as well as our shared commitment to collaborating on environmental initiatives. Indonesia and the Philippines have expressed their appreciation for their productive tenants in the Pacific constituency, which has extended its best wishes to them in this transition. Therefore, we respectfully request the Council endorsement of this decision. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you very much, Fakaban, and I will just remind the council the proposal of decision of this constituency is the following. The GEF Council welcomes the decision of the constituency of Cambodia, Korea, DPR, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, to include Indonesia and the Philippines in their constituency. So the floor is now open in case council will have any comments on this request. All right, I don't see any comments, so I will assume the decision is, Nicholas, yes, floor is yours.
Maybe just for a quick clarification, and we very much welcome the proposal, and we're very happy that these countries talked amongst each other and came to this decision. Just for clarification, because the decision says welcome, so this is, an expression of sentiment more than it is a formal requirement. Is that a correct understanding?
It is a formal requirement, so we can change welcome to include, if that's feasible.
No, I think that's okay. It's just my understanding was that constituencies don't need council approval, that it's like Annex E in the instrument. I don't know if there's a requirement for council approval, but that may be my mistake.
Yeah, no, thanks for that good question, Nicholas. Actually, I have here the council rules of procedure. Article 11 does say, council member for the constituency shall confirm the constituency's agreement, which is what we just heard from Fakaban, and council shall confirm the new constituency grouping. So this is what she's requesting this council to endorse that decision.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, for that very good question. Perpetua, you have requested the floor is yours.
Thank you. As the representative of the Pacific constituency, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Indonesia and the Philippines for their dedicated service and unwavering support during their time with us. I wish to inform the council that this proposal originated from discussion within the Pacific constituency meeting that was held very recently in Cook Islands. And it was with our full endorsement that Indonesia and the Philippines reach out to the East Asia constituency, and we are grateful that they have been welcomed with open arms. We are confident that this is not a farewell, as well as continue, but rather a continue to collaboration with our colleagues within the GEF family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Perpetua, to the Pacific constituency. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor on this item. So with that said, I will move to the second discussion under any other business, which is the dates of the 71st and 72nd council meeting. The decision reads as follows. The council decides that it will hold its 71st GEF Council back-to-back with the 8th GEF Assembly the week of May 31st, 2026 in Uzbekistan in a hybrid format, and the 72nd meeting the week of December 14, 2026 in a virtual modality. I suggest that we focused on the dates, as our next agenda item will be on the venue. So if council wishes to endorse the dates. All right, so decision endorsed. And now we have a very special guest amongst us, as the chair very well mentioned that during his opening remarks. So we now invite to the floor Honorable Aziz Abdukakibov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of the Republic of Uzbekistan, who will address the floor at the request of his council member, alternate council member, Andre, who requested this agenda item to be included in the opening of the meeting. Minister, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Carlos Manuel Rodriguez. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to join you at this meeting, which is taking place on occasion of the World Environmental Day, June 5th. On behalf of the government of Uzbekistan, I would like to thank Council for opportunity to present our initiative to host next GEF Assembly in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, Central Asia. Dear colleagues, proud to inform Uzbekistan is setting up clear vision and bold action in addressing environmental challenges. The year 2025 declared as the year of environmental protection and green economy in Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan's state strategy program for 2030 was adopted with strong focus to green transition. From policy to action, Uzbekistan launched a number of environmental initiatives such as massive afforestation campaign at the RLC bottom. To date, we have afforested 2 million hectares of dried bottom of RLC. Yashil Makon national-wide afforestation campaign with 200 million trees and shrubs planting annually aim to increase green areas up to 30%. By 2030, we aim to reach 54% green energy share, shifting from fossil fuel to renewable energy and promoting zero-emission transport. Adopted long-term strategic documents and state programs allowing to create favorable environmental to green investment. Established Presidential Climate Council and National Climate Center. Initiated adoption of several UN General Assembly resolutions, including most recent resolution on land and forest restoration aligned with UN Decade on Afforestation and Reforestation. GEF support was essential to designing national environmental agenda, and we look forward to continue our cooperation in the framework of GEF 9. Esteemed delegates, it will be our privilege to welcome all GEF Assembly participants at the historic city of Samarkand, as the world capital of cultural tourism according to UN Tourism Organization. And if you never visited Uzbekistan before and wondering why it is hosted in Samarkand, I hope after this presentation, you will be more convinced and keen to visit it. 3,000-year-old ancient Samarkand, historically known as Marakanda, located at the crossroad of ancient civilizations, where people lived in harmony with nature. Today, Samarkand is a vibrant destination with rich history, culture, gastronomy, and unique hospitality. Registan Square, Shahizinda Mausoleums, Ulugh Observatory are among the few must-visit places in Samarkand. There is more to explore. For memory and souvenirs, consider visiting pottery shops, local artisans, and old markets. Strategically located at the heart of Central Asia and Silk Road, Samarkand provides easy access for delegates from around the world. Uzbekistan has visa-free regime for nearly 100 countries and simplified 24 hours a visa system for rest countries will enable smooth arrival experience for delegates. Today, Samarkand city offers modern architecture and infrastructure. Diversity of hotels and accommodations will certainly meet your needs, and local tour operators ready to design your travel program. Its modern infrastructure and welcoming atmosphere make it a perfect venue for hosting international conferences of this scale. The event will be hosted at the newly built Samarkand Silk Road Convention Center, where a number of 3, 4, and 5-star hotels are available to host delegates at walking distance from Congress Hall. Here we have successfully hosted such events as UN Tourism General Assembly, EBRD Annual Meeting, UNCCD CRIC 21, CMS COP14, and most recently, Samarkand Climate Forum, which gathered participants across the globe. Eco Expo Central Asia, UNESCO General Assembly, and CITES COP20 will take place in Uzbekistan later this year. And using this opportunity, I kindly invite you to join us at these events. Dear friends, delighted to share with you this Monday at the Central Asian University of Environmental and Climate Change Studies, Green University, we have opened doors of IUCN Central Asia Office. Establishment of IUCN Central Asian Office, a GEF agency, comes with new horizon of opportunities and aim to support not only Uzbekistan, but whole Central Asia region. In Uzbekistan and Central Asia, we promote slogan, nature knows no border, with clear recognition that environmental problems do not recognize borders and that transborder cooperation is essential. Consider that GEF Assembly 2026 will be hosted not by Uzbekistan only, but whole Central Asia region. Central Asian states greatly benefited from GEF support, particularly through regional programs such as Snow Leopard Initiative, Kasilm Waterland Nexus Program, and climate-focused projects. However, Central Asian states remain highly vulnerable to climate change, water stress, and land degradation. The upcoming GEF Assembly can play a vital role not only on mobilizing funds to region, but also to enhance knowledge transfer and building resilience. We aim to further enhance regional cooperation of Central Asia states with GEF9 and partner countries to scale up climate resilience, prevent biodiversity loss towards sustainable development. Finally, GEF Assembly in Samarkand can play an important milestone in strengthening global environmental action and mobilization of funds to provide essential support for countries to accelerate progress toward achieving their SGS goal. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I express our full commitment and readiness to host upcoming 8th GEF Assembly in Samarkand. We firmly believe the legacy of Assembly will serve to enhance global efforts on conservation for years to come. Many thanks for your attention and see you in Samarkand. Katta rahmat. And to provide a snapshot of hosted global events, we have prepared short video. I would like to draw your attention to the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. With that said, the floor is open. The decision that has been put forward by the council member represented by Andre is the council expressed its appreciation to the government of Uzbekistan for offering to host the 8th GEF Assembly and the 71st GEF Council meeting during the last week of May 2026 in Samarkand, and accepted this kind offer. So the floor is open to discuss on this. Tsuyoshi-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Risa. We support the host of the Uzbekistan GEF Next Assembly. Uzbekistan and Japan is a very close relationship. Not only the financial relationship, but also the knowledge sharing or knowledge cooperation is a very the many the institutions, the relationship is a very well, and also as the minister explained, so Uzbekistan has experienced much experience of the host of the international conferences. So I hope the very fruitful discussion at the next GEF assembly in Samarkand. Thank you very much, Dr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Tsuyoshi-san, for that endorsement. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Naomi. On behalf of the GEF CSO Network, we are very happy with the selection of Uzbekistan as the host of the GEF Assembly next year. And we look forward to working with the stakeholders in Uzbekistan, including members of our network, in preparing for the GEF Assembly, and hope that we can, together with the GEF Secretariat, organize a very good forum for civil society, whole of society approach as part of the assembly process. So we very much look forward to working with the government of Uzbekistan and other stakeholders in advancing that aspect together with the GEF Secretariat of the GEF Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faisal. Next will be Andre, followed by Nicolas. Andre, floor is yours. Andre, your microphone is enabled. I believe that you requested the floor. You're good to go. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Faisal first. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the movie. Switzerland, of course, is very proud to have a member of our constituency to be the host of the next General Assembly. So we are very happy and we very much look forward to being in Samarkand with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Nicolas, you have the floor.
Germany would also like to thank Uzbekistan and Minister Abdulhakimov for their offer to host the GEF Assembly in Samarkand. And we welcome this very much. And I think this should give us some extra motivation to have a very ambitious GEF 9 replenishment so that we really have something to celebrate there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So thank you very much, Minister. The decision has been endorsed, and see you in Uzbekistan. So back to you, Chair.
Thanks, Noemi. Thank you so much. And once more, my thanks to the minister and the government of Uzbekistan for their kind offer in hosting our assembly and council meeting in May next year. So with this, we are done over with the 69th. There will be other topics that we will finish tomorrow, but formally we are ending the 69th GEF Council, the GEF Trust Fund Council meeting. And now I will, and thanks for all the support in these last 2 days with regards to the 69th GEF Trust Fund Council meeting. And now I will formally open the 38th meeting of the LDCF SCCF Council, the Less Developed Countries Fund and the Spatial Climate Change Fund Council. And it is a real honor to be here with all of you today. I want to begin by thanking every single council member of these two funds for their continual commitment we are entering the final stretch of the GEF 8 period, which is a moment not just to do reflections on what we've been doing with these two funds, but also on delivering, understanding how do we deliver much better in terms of purpose, urgency, and solidarity. For the LDCF, SACF, that means showing what inclusive, effective, and country-led adaptation and resilience will look like. I know I don't need to remind of you that we are gathered at a time when climate impacts are escalating. 1 year ago, when I was addressing this meeting, 2023 has been recognized as the warmest year on record. Today, that record has been already broken, with 2024 exceeding the pre-industrial average mean temperature of up to 1.46 degrees. And yes, we heard staff, we heard many reports, recent reports, where the science is clear, but it doesn't make, it takes a scientist to understand the threats that we're witnesses. We need to take real action at the scale that is needed to continue in the support of the efforts. So less developed countries, small island states, continue to deal with the droughts, floods, fires, and storms that are growing in intensity. And yes, of course, no one is immune to these climate-related impacts. But the risks are deepest, where the capacities are more strained and people, economies, and ecosystems are most vulnerable. And these are the LDCs and the seeds, without any doubt. Yes, it is exactly these countries where the challenges are the greatest and that are showing us the way forward. From the Sahel to the South Pacific, frontline communities are building resilient with nature-positive, inclusive solutions. Solutions that the LDCF and SCCF are proud to support. Today, 4 projects in 5 LDCs that focus on innovation, whole of a society, socioeconomic stability, and job creation are being presented to you in the LDCF work program. These LDCF projects show that the GEF funding is not only catalytic, it is distinctive and strategic. We have sharpened the strategic direction of both funds under GEF 8, listening closely to you, our council members, and the countries we serve. Locally led action is at the core of our shared vision. We are scaling up finance for food, water, nature, urban systems, and coastal ecosystems. We are linking adaptation to energy access, gender equality, public health, and early warning systems. And we are integrating and innovative across different sectors, totally aligned with the global goal on adaptation. So far, in GEF 8, more than $618 million in LDCF, SACF resources has been programmed, building the resilience of almost 21 million people. Our operational reforms are accelerating the path for approval and to implementation. We will also have the opportunity today to discuss how the active LDCF, SCCF portfolio is performing when we present the annual monitoring review. But while we're making progress, we're very far from where we need to be. The most recent UNEP adaptation gap reports estimates that developing countries will need as much as $359 billion annually for adaptation in the years to 2030. Current funding flows fell short of that. This gap is not only just a financial one, it is a justice gap, a resilient gap, and a risk we cannot afford to leave unaddressed. That is why we must deliver tangible, timely results on the ground, secure increased predictable finance from our donor partners, forge deeper partnership across sectors and stakeholders, and ensure the leadership of vulnerable countries guide our every move. Today's work program is modest, but it marks the beginning of our final push in GEF 8. Every project we approve, every dollar we mobilize must help ensure that no least developed country or small island development states is left behind. As we move toward the final year of GEF 8, I also want to remind colleagues that we still have some way to go to meet even the modest financial scenarios agreed for LDCF and SCF for the period of GEF 8. We also have a number of projects that are waiting to be supported. The dynamic and forthright discussions we held in Paris 2 weeks ago have laid the foundation for a bold, inclusive strategy in GEF 9. Our colleagues will share a short update on the key takeaways from Paris meeting and the way forward, and this is planned to do today during this council meeting. Our vision is clear. The LDCF, SCF must remain vital vehicles for scaling, adaptation, and fulfilling the global goal under Article 7 of the Paris Agreement. This new collective quantified goal commits us to tripling climate finance outflows by 2030. The funds we steward here today are essential to realizing that commitment. Dear colleagues, this work is not charity. It is a shared responsibility and a shared opportunity. The LDCF and SCF are proven, trusted, and ready. What they need now is sustained, ambitious support. Today, I invite you to join us in ensuring that we continue to deliver that supports on timely basis and with maximum effect as we look towards the conclusion of GEF 8. Thank you for your commitment, your guidance, and your partnership. While the scale of the climate crisis demands action beyond the capacity of any one fund, with your support, the LDCF and SCF, the GEF, is proving that transformational adaptation can be done in an urgent manner. Now, it is my pleasure to hand over to our esteemed chair of the LDC group, Mr. Evans Negwa, who is the Chief Environmental Officer at the Environmental Affairs Department of Malawi, as well as the GEF alternate council member for the Southern Africa constituency. Thank you for being with us, Evans. The floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. The CEO, distinguished council members, alternate members, and colleagues, it is an honor for me to address you once again on behalf of the 44 least developed countries. And thank you very much, Carlos, CEO, for your opening remark. Let me begin by expressing our appreciation to the GEF Secretariat and the council members for your ongoing efforts to support responsive, inclusive, and meaningful and impactful support to least developed countries and the small and developing states through the Least Developed Countries Fund, LDCF, and the Special Climate Change Fund, the SCF. The GEF 8 period started on a positive note for the LDCF and the SCF, with adoption of the financial scenarios that strongly reflected the Glasgow Climate Pact target of doubling adaptation support to developing countries, including an increase to an initial LDCF cap of $20 million United States dollars per LDC, up from $10 million in GEF 7. And this we appreciate with gratefulness to you all partners and donor countries for this support. Thank you very much. We are pleased to see that the projects tabled for consideration under the new work program today, in fact, it was also, from what I've heard in the week, demonstrates a continued focus on innovation, whole society approaches, and socioeconomic or benefits, as we heard, including job creation and support to fragile and conflict-affected settings. However, as we enter the final year of the GEF 8, we note with deep concern, and I'll repeat that we note with deep concern the continuing gap between demand and available resources. From what Carlos has said, we have information that as we are in this room, seven technically cleared projects could not be included in the work program that will be presented. Why? This is due to funding limitations. And with many more under review, I therefore appeal to our donor colleagues, and there are many present in this room, to honor the commitment they have made to meet the minimum financing scenario outlined in the GEF 8 strategy in order to allow this important work to move ahead. For many of us in the LDC group, 2025 has already brought another round of devastating floods, droughts, and extreme heat, as we heard from the report by the staff earlier today. Those figures, the impacts are very alarming to our constituency. These intensifying climate impacts underscore the urgency of mobilizing more predictable, accessible, and scaled-up contributions from donor partners to ensure that no least developed country or a small island developing state is left behind. Colleagues, just 2 weeks ago, as Carlos has presented, many of us met in Paris to discuss the draft GEF 8 programming strategy for the LDCF and the SCF. Despite the challenging geopolitical context, the discussions were constructive and forward-looking. The meeting generated a renewed sense of optimism around the potential for a timely and ambitious strategy. It was clear that incremental adaptation is no longer sufficient. What is needed now is transformational adaptation. We need a system change that builds long-term resilience and reshapes how our communities, economies, and ecosystems respond to the climate risk. In this regard, the LDC group is committed to continuing to engage with all partners to ensure a GEF 9 climate change adaptation strategy that leverages the ability of the funds to provide agile, responsive, and targeted grant-based support to LDCs and seeds. As we have made it clear, the LDCF is the LDC's only, and I repeat, only funding vehicle for adaptation. And the LDCF and the SCF are uniquely positioned to channel the tripling of climate finance committed under the decision of the new collective quantified goal that we got in Baku in November 2024. Here, the LDCs are ready, and we are submitting proposals. So we are doing our part, building capacity and aligning our national plans, of course, with the Paris Agreement, and the global goal on adaptation. But we cannot do this alone. We need predictable, accessible, and scaled up support to turn plans into action. I want to say that we are dealing with the human lives here. And Carlos, I'll quote you, what you said 2 weeks ago in Paris. You said that adaptation was one and still is one of the single greatest challenges facing humankind. So we're dealing with humankind. I could not agree with you more, but meeting this challenge will only be possible with sufficient resources. I strongly believe that tripling of the resources in the LDCF fund is possible, but only with the ongoing support of this council. Today, in my closing, I invite the council to reaffirm its commitment to the LDCF and the SCCF, not just as funds, but as lifelines for the world's most climate vulnerable nations. And this is what you said. The LDCF is our own fund, and it is of utmost importance to the LDC's group. And I know the SCCF is equally important to our brothers and sisters in the seeds. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a successful council. Thank you.
Thank you, dear friend. And now let me pass it to my co-chair, who will be doing his opening statements for this, the 38th LDCF SCCF council meeting. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and of course, Evans, for your introductory remarks. Dear colleagues, I would also like to welcome you all to this 38th LDCF and SCCF meeting, including those of you online. Both of the funds serve as a fundamental role in supporting climate adaptation efforts of developing countries, with a focus on those countries that need the greatest support, SIDS and LDCs. The two funds are also catalysing innovation and private sector engagement for adaptation impact. For example, through the Challenge Program for Adaptation Innovation, as highlighted in the progress report that the Council will discuss. And as both Evans and Carlos Manuel just mentioned in very stark terms, the environmental challenges are growing, not just in a linear fashion, but compounded by the multitude of issues that SIDS and LDCs are confronting across the range of pressures such as climate, land degradation, drought, access to clean water, biodiversity loss, and pollution, just to name a few. The GEF numbers are compelling, with the LDCF supporting 35 countries, having accessed $618 million across 53 projects. And for the SCCF, 13 SIDS have accessed 42 million across 11 projects. Collectively, the two funds have supported nearly 90 million direct beneficiaries since 2001, with nearly half of those being female. The meeting will consider the annual evaluation report. While the report points to the good overall performance, it also identifies that in order to achieve sustained and transformative impact from climate change adaptation interventions, the GEF partnership must place greater emphasis on identifying and addressing implementation-related barriers to scaling up adaptation efforts under the LDCF and SCCF through coordinated action. This is a critical point on which to reflect. It is also important that the LDCF, SCCF continue to distinguish itself from other funds in terms of targeting of support, approach, and impact. Lastly, as Carlos Manuel mentioned, the work program presents 4 projects to a value of just on $40 million to address urgent climate change adaptation priorities across 5 LDCs, including 1 SID, the Solomon Islands. While the size of the program is not large, importantly, the projects support a whole of society approach with a focus on innovation and leveraging additional resources. I'll now hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for your kind words. And now we'll have a video that showcases the work that we've been doing with LDCF and SCCF, which will be presented right now. Noemi?
The important thing that we have to understand is that the first intent of sheltering is really to write the story.
From our island coasts to mountain peaks, from forests to drylands, the front line of the climate crisis is here and now.
Growing up, we come through like one hurricane this season, 2 hurricane this seasons, but no, we already had one name, and then we have like 3 more systems coming up after.
Today, nearly half the world lives in areas highly vulnerable to climate change. Action is no longer optional, it's essential.
I want to reiterate here that adaptation is the priority of the LDCs. Adaptation is a source of livelihood for our communities and economies.
For almost 25 years, the Least Developed Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund have been supporting the UNFCCC, turning global commitments into local action. Together, we've reached more than 80 million people across over 100 countries. We've evolved to meet new challenges and new ways of doing business. From supporting rural livelihoods to enhancing security and sustainability with nature-based solutions, empowering female entrepreneurs, and building resilience with coastal defenses and early warning systems. We're building capacity and networks across borders because our communities deserve to do more than just adapt. They deserve to thrive. Now it's time for the next chapter, and we want you to help us write it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that. I would like to remind council members that we have a provisional agenda that has been circulated for your consideration as document GEF/LDCF.SCCF38/01. And in that provisional agenda, as we did it previously in the GEF Trust Fund Council meeting, there is an agenda item under other businesses, and I would like to see anyone present here has any addition to the agenda so it can be included under other businesses. I don't see any council member bringing to our attention any new agenda item. So there won't be any items under other businesses in this council meeting. With this, I would like to invite council to adopt the agenda for this meeting. I see no objections. The agenda is approved. Thank you so much. With this, let me enter into business. And with agenda item number 2, I would like to invite Cheese and Sola to join us over here. Thanks for joining us over here. So you both can present documents GEF/LDCF/SCCF38/02 work program for the Least Developed Countries Fund. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to present to you the work program for the LDCF for the 38th LDCF/SCCF Council. Let's see if I can get this to work. Perfect. So let me start out by sharing a few noteworthy features about this work program. The work program is requesting $39.99 million in total from the LDCF to support 5 climate vulnerable countries that are 4 LDCs and 1 LDC SIDS. And the figure here includes agency fees, PPG and PPG fees, if you're wondering. The countries covered in this work program are Chad, Madagascar, Mali, Solomon Islands, and Uganda. The work program provides good examples of mobilizing co-financing, which is not required for the LDCF. In particular, significant co-financing is coming from the World Bank, which is mobilizing over $460 million of the total co-financing amount for this particular work program. This represents a co-financing ratio of 1 GEF dollar to approximately $13. The work program demonstrates strong engagement with the country platform with IMF and the World Bank to scale up climate financing through public and private sectors in Madagascar. It's also noteworthy that the work program is including proposals that will be implemented in 3 fragile and conflict-affected situation countries, and namely those are Chad, Mali, and Solomon Islands. In case you're wondering why we don't have any SCCF projects in the work program, the SCCF actually did not receive concepts for support that cleared for the work program inclusion deadline. And also, given the streamlining policies that raised the medium-sized project from $2 million to $5 million, and given that the SCCF cap access for the SIDS are $3 million, most of those are likely to come into us as medium-sized projects, unless they are multi-country projects or multi-trust fund projects, which we have seen in previous work programs. Okay, the work program, as indicated, requested resources of $39.399 million. These projects are well aligned with the thematic and sectoral priorities of the GEF 8 LDCF and SCCF strategy, and they will support climate resilient agriculture, nature-based solutions, disaster risk management, water resources management, climate information and early warning systems, climate resilience tourism, as well as coastal zone management. So in this work program, indicated earlier, there are 4 concepts. One is an LDCF program in Chad and Mali. There are 2 LDCF single country projects. They're from Uganda and Solomon Islands. And there's 1 MTF that stands for multi-trust fund projects, which blends the LDCF and GEF Trust Fund resources in Madagascar. And the portion supported by the GEF Trust Fund, you already approved on Monday. So now you're looking at the LDCF portion of that multi-trust fund projects. With the approval of this work program, 2 additional LDCs would have reached the 20 million LDCF access cap for the GEF 8 period. And those countries are Chad and Mali. This brings a total number of LDCs that have fully utilized their initial LDC cap of 20 million to 22 countries. I will now hand over to my trusted colleague, Shola, who will walk us through the concepts that are being presented to you.
Thank you very much, Chizuru-san. Great. So we will start with the standalone program concept, which is supporting 2 African LDCs. Yeah. This regional program, which covers Chad and Mali, is solely funded by the LDCF and has a strong focus on transboundary landscape restoration to increase resilience and strengthen livelihoods of targeted communities. With about $20.5 million in GEF financing, this program will leverage over $400 million in co-financing from the World Bank IDA resources. We will now look at the 2 standalone projects in this work program with a total GEF financing of $17 million. One of the projects is supporting an African LDC and the other is supporting an Asian LDC. The concept for the Solomon Islands will focus on strengthening climate resilience of livelihoods, rural communities, and food systems in 5 provinces, and it demonstrates a good complementarity with the GCF as acknowledged by staff earlier this morning. While the other one is in Uganda, will aim to strengthen shared landscape in northern Uganda through integrated land management and increased access to financing for communities and micro, small, and medium enterprises. Our final concept for this that we prioritize for this work program is the multi-trust fund that you've heard so much about already, that blends LDCF and the GEF Trust Fund resources. As highlighted by the GEF Trust Fund during their presentation to this council on Monday, this project was informed by the Madagascar Country Platform on Climate Finance, co-convened by the World Bank and IMF last year. It also demonstrates a good example of our synergies among the GEF family of funds. The project will leverage innovative outcome-based financing to enhance climate resilience and biodiversity conservation. And now to give you just an overview of how this work program aligns with the strategic priorities of the LDCF and SCCF in the strategy. First, the work program includes support to LDCs in scaling up adaptation finance through close collaboration with MDBs, notably the World Bank, as seen in the regional program and the Madagascar project. Over $468 million will be leveraged from the World Bank in this work program. The work program also has a strong focus on innovation of private sector engagement. For example, in Uganda, the project will empower 15 MSMEs to implement innovative climate resilience solutions, specifically enhancing commercial shear processing. Additionally, the project in Madagascar will introduce an innovative outcome-based bond to finance climate adaptation. Lastly, an inclusive and all of society approach is woven throughout this work program. Project actively engage diverse stakeholders, ensuring broad participation and inclusive impact as demonstrated in the Ugandan Solomon Islands projects. On gender, LDCF operations present increasingly strong focus on gender equality in the context of climate change adaptation. In this work program, projects will aim at increasing women's role in decision-making, enhancing gender-inclusive livelihood and finance, increase technical and financial support to women-led ventures, and ensuring women's access to critical information relating to climate risk and adaptation. In line with the GEF policies and guidelines, each project and program includes specific plans to carry out gender analysis that will serve as a basis to develop gender action plans. And each project will include a gender responsive monitoring and result framework with gender sensitive indicators. Now, in terms of the expected results from this work program, first, the proposed project and program will collectively enhance climate resilience for over 3 million beneficiaries, of which 47% of them are female. Secondly, they will improve climate resilient management of more than 771,000 hectares of land and 19,000 hectares of coastal and marine areas. The work program will also support development of 16 policies and adaptation plans that will provide a framework for long-term resilience. Finally, the project and program will build adaptation capacities for over 2 million people and engage 93 private sector and social enterprises in climate change adaptation and climate action. I will now hand it back to Chizuru-san to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Shola-san. Now we are going to look at the key risk analysis. The LDCF work program was reviewed according to the GEF risk appetite. For the context risk, the average rating is substantial at 3.5, with highest risk related to climate, followed by political and governance risks. For innovation risk, the average rating is moderate, is at 2.8, and is generally moderate across institutional policy, technological, financial, and business model risks. For execution risk, the average rating is moderate, again at 2.8, with highest risk related to fiduciary and lowest for stakeholder risks. You may have observed that this work program in particular has a higher risk ratings compared to the December work program, which is shown in the same graph here. This is in part due to the profile of the countries covered in this work program. In particular, Chad, Mali, and Solomon Islands in the FCS context, they are some of the most institutionally, socially fragile, as well as exposed to high climate vulnerability and the environmental degradation. And at this point, Rosina's presentation on STEP this morning also covered some of these specific contexts of the countries covered in the work program. We will be asking agencies to carefully develop risk mitigation strategies for all projects with moderate to substantial risks. I have 2 more slides, and this is a slide on the agency distribution. This is showing the distribution for the LDCF. The figure, the graph on the far left shows the agency distribution since inception. And you can see that historically UNDP has had the highest share, and we've explained this particular observation stemming from the earlier limited number of agencies that were active in the adaptation field that has contributed to this distribution. And what you see in the middle is the distribution for the GEF 8 period, and you will see there is a very even distribution among the agencies. And the figure on the far right is showing the agency distribution for this particular work program. Let me just highlight that for the GEF 8 period as a whole, the share of MDBs and also actually share of IFIs is over 34% at this point. And this is the last slide on the financial status of the LDCF. As the CEO and the LDC chair mentioned, we're, I think it's the last year of the GEF 8 period. It's worthwhile to bring to the attention of the council the financial situation of the LDCF. We're very happy to have quite a bit of interest from the LDCs to submit technically sound proposals. And by the time the deadline came for the constitution of the work program in front of you, we had 11 projects and proposals cleared. We had resources to include 4 projects and proposals in front of you, and that meant that we are leaving 7 projects and programs deferred for the December work program. And since the deadline for work program constitution, we also have 1 more program actually that has been technically cleared. So this is a situation, means that several LDCs will experience delays in accessing climate adaptation support. And that also has some negative implications on the timeline and obviously the predictability of the GEF assistance in the climate adaptation arena. The GEF remains committed to supporting all LDCs during the GEF 8 period. And we humbly call on the donors and those in the position to do so to mobilize the additional resources that has been presented in this particular chart, as well as in the work program by early 2026. So that will enable us to meet the financial scenario A target of 1 billion as agreed for the GEF 8 period. And specifically, this means approximately $325 million to ensure that all LDCs, currently there are 44, I think we started with 46 at the start of the GEF 8 period, that we want to ensure all of them will have access to the 20 million initial cap. And we also want to make sure that a very popular as well as highly effective challenge program for adaptation innovation and the dedicated programs will also be funded towards the end of the GEF 8 period. So with that, I conclude our presentation and back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much, Cheese. With this, I would like to open the floor to Council for the comments, observation, or questions. As we normally do it, Noemi will help us with the list of speakers. Noemi, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The floor is now open. Andre, thanks for requesting the floor first. The floor is yours. Oh, there you go. When it's ready, you're good to go. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. We welcome the work program for the LDCF. We regret that no concepts for support by the SCCF were received, though. We also regret that 7 projects were deferred due to resource constraints. Switzerland has committed 26 million for LDCF and SCCF in 4 tranches for the GEF 8 period, and we will make an effort to mobilize funding for the upcoming period. But yeah, as you know, as other traditional donors, Switzerland faces fiscal constraints. Thus, we also encourage non-traditional donors to step up and the GEF Secretariat to reach out in an effort to raise additional contributions. We are pleased to see that countries continue to program with MDBs in the context of the LDCF, not least because of their ability to mobilize co-financing. It is also positive to see actual collaboration between the GEF and the GCF on the ground, in line with the long-term vision on complementarity and coherence, for example, in Chad and Mali, where synergies with the GCF-supported Great Green Wall initiatives are expected. As expected, risk profile in particular context risks is rated high. As we have pointed out on Monday for the Sahel Resilient Program, the risk related to the political situation is considerable, for example, and proves that the GEF risk appetite approved last year is a useful management tool. However, we would be interested to learn more about your experience with the tool regarding managing risks. While all the projects are expected to facilitate policy coherence, in some it could be elaborated or integrated a bit better. And finally, we commend the focus on gender. It is well known that adaptation results are only sustained when gender considerations are integrated early on and when women play a central role in decision-making and implementation. We support the continued faithful application of GEF's gender equality policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Next in line will be Joao, Stephanie, Nicholas, and the CSO network. Joao, floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Our constituency would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for its effort in preparing this work program and for its continued support to both the LDCF and the SCCF. As a constituency committed to advancing innovation and private sector engagement as well in adaptation, we note with concern the current limitations in SCCF Window B, technology transfer, innovation, and private sector engagement. The absence of single country project submissions for this work program reflects in part the lack of sufficient resources under this window to make new programming feasible at this time of GEF 8. We believe that SCCF Window B plays a critical role in enabling countries to pilot and scale innovative adaptation solutions in which we are very interested. We therefore kindly encourage donor partners to consider strengthening this window so that the SCCF can continue to meet its objectives during the remainder of GEF 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Stephanie, you have the floor.
Merci, je vais m'exprimer en français. La France remercie le secrétariat, les points focaux, les implementing agencies et les executing agencies pour la préparation de ce work programme. Je suis désolée, je ne vais pas rallonger mon intervention en relevant les points positifs. Donc je m'en excuse, je voudrais centrer l'intervention sur un point qui nous a étonnés. C'est celui de l'avis du STAP avec un major concern pour le projet Building a Climate Resilient and Sustainable She Landscape of Northern Uganda, qui indique, et je cite, As currently designed, the project is not technically valid. L'avis du STAP indique également qu'il pourrait conduire à une maladaptation et à des conflits. Donc évidemment, à minima, l'instruction du projet doit être reprise à la base pour répondre aux points du STAP et s'assurer que le projet puisse répondre aux enjeux et aux objectifs qu'il ambitionne en limitant les risques identifiés par le STAP. Nous remercions d'ailleurs le STAP pour leur revue avant la CEO endorsement qui est proposée dans l'avis. Une question néanmoins au secrétariat, que se passerait-il si le STAP émet encore des réserves fortes sur le projet à ce stade? Et puis maintenant, pour venir aux questions plus de process, que signifie pour le secrétariat technically cleared s'il y a une réserve de tel niveau du STAP? Par ailleurs, compte tenu du nombre de projets non inclus dans le work programme, pourquoi ce projet a-t-il été choisi plutôt qu'un autre? Peut-être plus mature. Et enfin, de manière générale, on peut s'interroger sur le bien fondé de présenter au Conseil un projet avec des major concerns de cet ordre. Et on pourrait se demander si les procédures ne devraient pas être revues pour éviter une telle situation à l'avenir. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stephanie. Next in line will be Nicholas, CSO Network, and then we will break with Chase and Chola for some answers. Nicholas, floor is yours.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany welcomes this work program and also thanks the Secretariat, the agencies, and the operational focal points for working on these projects. And also thank you for those explanations on why there were no SCCF projects included, because we were asking ourselves that, and the explanation seems to make sense. We would still like an update, though, how overall programming is then developing for the SCCF, so that, you know, if we have a lot of medium-sized projects, if we still have enough of those to make good progress. And we were actually not aware of that STAP review of the project just mentioned, but if there are such grave concerns, then we definitely support what Franz just said, that there should be double checking on that project. We like to see the high co-financing rates, and also the MDB involvement is impressive, even though it's only the World Bank. And in general, we commend this, of course. We're also happy to see the World Bank involved, but next time we would also like to see some more projects from regional MDBs again. And finally, also to echo Switzerland, we are, of course, concerned with the lack of resources. I think last council meeting, we announced our contributions to LDCF and SCCF, especially to the LDCF. We've been a very strong contributor in the past, but like other countries, we do have some fiscal constraints at the moment. So we also very much encourage for stronger outreach to new and non-traditional donors. And finally, on a more specific note, the multi-trust fund project in Madagascar, it would just be interesting to hear a bit more how exactly the different characteristics of the different funds are included. So how LDCF funds are maybe being used differently to GEF Trust Fund funds. And yes, so happy for any information on that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The CSO Network welcomes this work program for the Least Developed Country Fund, LDCF, and SCCF. These two critical funding windows play a vital role in enhancing climate resilience in our communities. As a civil society organization, working closely with communities on the front line of climate change, of climate impact, we recognize the strategic importance of the LDCF and SCCF in enabling locally led adaptation, gender responsive action, and inclusive environmental governance. The GCN has drawn positive observation from the paper that are responsive to the resilience of grassroots people. Just highlighting a few: incorporation of gender analysis, community-based adaptation, and inclusive planning process, demonstrating effort to uphold and enhance equity. The use of nature-based solution, climate-smart agriculture, and ecosystem-based adaptation showing promise in achieving core benefits for biodiversity, livelihoods, and resilience. However, on the other side of the coin, the GCN has identified the need to strengthen some areas that include additional measures should be put in place during the further development of the project in the work program to ensure clear integration of the local CSOs and communities in the project development phases from designing, implementation, monitoring. This inclusion will help ensure the voices of the marginalized groups such as women, youth, and indigenous people are heard and help promote climate change adaptation measures that are equitable, not just top-down solution driven by national actors or perhaps external consultants. Another one is further development of the project in the work program should build upon result, learning and lessons from other LDCF and CCF investment. Transparent knowledge sharing mechanism will not only promote accountability, but also enable replication, scaling, and successful approaches, and active CSO engagement in climate adaptation efforts. The project in the work program should also track resilience outcomes disaggregated by gender, age, and socioeconomic status to ensure equity and effectiveness of adaptation investment. This should be complemented by meaningful inclusion of civil society organization in monitoring and evaluation process to promote transparency, local ownership, and accountability. In conclusion, the GEF CSO network reaffirms the importance of effective and inclusive implementation of the LDCF and SCCF work program. Civil society has a vital role in amplifying community voices, ensuring accountability, and building resilience from the ground up. We look forward to deeper engagement with the GEF Secretariat agencies and the LDC government in advancing a just and climate resilience future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, CSO Network. Now let's give some minutes to Chief Angela to address these initial remarks. Floor is yours, Chief.
Thank you so much. Wow, I hear myself twice. Thank you so much, and I very much appreciate the overall positive comments as well as support for the work program. So a couple of questions that have been raised, and maybe this is not in the order received. There was a question from France on the measure rating from staff. When there is a measure or any rating that comes and there are in the comments notable concerns raised, the first thing we do is that we set up a conversation between ourselves, staff, and the agency. And we try to articulate what are some of the elements that have been raised by staff and how we go about addressing them. And this is obviously an iterative process. In the process of that conversation, sometimes there is a little bit more clarity provided from the side of the Secretariat as well as the agency that might help inform a little bit more background on what is happening within the context within which the project is being presented. So for this particular project, we've already had the program manager, the agency as well as staff has already sat down and had a conversation about how to go about addressing some of these critical comments that have been raised. And the agency is obviously very ready to address many of these comments as well as concerns. There is a period, obviously, as you know, for us to move forward towards the CO endorsement. And the project will not go ahead until and unless the staff comments have been adequately addressed by the agency as well as the country. So there is that, I would say, safeguard measure put into place to enable us to have early conversations even before the work program is presented to you, but towards the process of the development as well as CO endorsement. So rest assured that we will do our utmost to address the comments that have been raised by staff, as well as any other comments that the council would raise on this particular project. Okay, there were some questions about the SCCF and both on window A and window B. We're very happy to let you know that for the SCCF window A, of the 30 non-LDCs, 17 have already accessed the resources, 13, I'm sorry, and there are 17 more. And there have been quite a bit of active conversations on how to develop the pipeline. We also have one that's already been approved since the outside the work program cutoff period. It would not have made it into the work program because once again, it's an MSP. So we're actually quite optimistic and confident that resources available to support the CIS will be utilized by the end of the GEF 8 period. And the demand is very high. And it's just a matter of ensuring that the countries have agencies of their choice and appropriate ambition for the resources that can be made available from the SCCF to be able to do justice to the new adaptation support being provided to the countries. Okay, and we also take your point about the regional MDBs as well as other IFIs. And this is an effort that we have been making throughout the GEF 7 and GEF 8 period, and we will continue to make them to ensure that there is a robust share among the all the regional MDBs moving forward, particularly if they have LDCs and CIS to program with. That's another element that we need to be conscious of. Zhao's comment on window B SCCF, we really appreciate your strong support. We are also very keen to continue to program for private sector innovation. And window B is, as a matter of fact, where resources can be made available to non-LDCs and non-CIS. And we also know that this is where we have a lot of the challenge program for adaptation innovation support being provided. So we hope that we can continue to program and do very innovative and interesting programming in the GEF 8, remaining GEF 8 period for window B of the SCCF.
Uganda, do we keep it up to? Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for the very valuable interventions. Just to add to Chiz's response on the Uganda project, we've, like she said, we've engaged with the agency and staff, and the agency is supposed to submit the fully developed program document by November to staff, and which they will now review and ensure that all comments and concerns are fully addressed. Now, on the question regarding the contributions of the different funds to the Madagascar MTF, for the LDCF portion, which is a $2 million it will contribute to the partial outcome-based payment for the bond, which is the component 3 of the broader project. Specifically, it will ensure that the climate adaptation and resilience benefits for local communities related to improved ecosystem health in the Lemur habitat, involving ecosystem services and livelihoods for climate adaptation, benefiting the local communities in and around the targeted areas. And then on comments regarding Sahel program and the issues of the risk, we appreciate those concerns. The sustainability and scale of the scale up of the program will be enabled by a few elements. First, as the GEF agency for this program is the World Bank, has a standing commitment and operations in the Sahel region, particularly in Chad and Mali. Plus, in the case of the Chad, there's a new IDA finance for resource management of an additional $100 million. Second, the Sahel regional program is grounded in the implementation of the Chad and Mali's national climate strategies and policies, including their NDCs and NAPs, which is key to enabling sustainability and scale up of this project outcomes. The third element is the stakeholder engagement that is part of the design of the program, which is active and very robust, and will be key to ensuring local ownership and sustainability. And more importantly, in terms of the risk, this program will be implemented by the Pan-African Agency, who is very much knowledgeable about working in this region. So the issues of the risk will be properly managed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chis and Shola, for those responses. We have Ramon requesting the floor online, and then we will continue with Kontan, Catherine, Sandra, and Dauda. Ramon, floor is yours.
Thank you, Romy. First of all, I am pleased to convey renewed interest from our seat, from Ireland, regarding LDCF and SCCF. Our seat would like to reiterate the importance of adaptation finance for seeds and LDCs and the value of the window A in this regard. We strongly welcome the first meeting on the GEF programming strategy on adaptation to climate change that took place in Paris and its valuable discussions. We look forward to reviewing a revised strategy based on consultations and feedback and participating in the second meetings once details are confirmed. In particular, we welcome the focus on fragile and conflict-affected situations in the programming strategy. Ensuring climate finance, in particular adaptation finance, reaches fragile context is a priority for us. We welcome that the work program includes proposals to be implemented in 3 fragile and conflict-affected situations. So many thanks to the Secretariat for all their work. We welcome this work program and the progress report to be presented tomorrow. We are pleased to see the emphasis on policy coherence, coherence between different governance levels. And although not mandatory, we welcome efforts to raise co-financing. We think this is important. We are pleased that the three of the LDCF proposals engage with the private sector through micro, small, and medium enterprises. Well, finally, we continue to call for increased coordination and collaboration between LDCF, SCCF, and other multilateral climate funds, either resources and so on. And we are interested in further updates on this. So finally, we also strongly welcome the whole of society approach and integration of gender equality throughout projects, and encourage this to be maintained and further enhanced. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ramon. Next in line, we have Kontan, followed by Catherine. Kontan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Naomi. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. For the sake of clarity, I would like to specify that I will take the floor here this afternoon and tomorrow on behalf of Belgium only and not on behalf of my constituency. So Belgium can support and approve this work program. We appreciate the due attention to the whole of society approach and to countries in fragile situations. We positively note the good co-financing level of this work program. But let me start with a general question. Such as recalled earlier by Evans, Shizuru, and Andrea, I think, out of the 11 technically clear projects, 7 projects were deferred due to a lack of resources. This is indeed a real pity, and that has to be of concern to all of us. But could you elaborate on how the technically clear projects are selected in general for the work program? How are they prioritized, and which are the criteria? Now, I have specific comments on 2 projects. The first is about the regional program in Mali and Chad. We could support this program because it will concretely contribute to the objectives of the Great Green Wall Initiative. At the same time, we have a series of questions and recommendations. First, we see that the National Agency for the Great Green Wall in Mali is not mentioned in the PIF, but this government agency is formally competent for the implementation of the Great Green Wall in Mali. So could you ensure that this national agency is properly included among the key actors to coordinate with from the beginning? 2, strengthening the existing national policy is key, but the real challenge often lies in implementation. And in this regard, we suggest that this program foresees regular follow-up activities and the onboarding of lessons learned from earlier projects and programs at community level as well. And this should contribute to the sustainability of this program. Third, we know the component of building infrastructures. However, to echo a bit the major concern of France and the STAP, the durability of infrastructures is sometimes an issue. And we had the good explanation of Chizuru. Thank you very much. Because indeed, we believe that the approach and the operationalization of this project could be improved. And we wonder if this could not be done, among others, through the provision of more attention dedicated to the technical maintenance of these infrastructures. Anyway, this definitely requires much more attention in the final project document, in our view. The regional cooperation is key, and we commend the regional approach in this regard. At the same time, due attention needs to be given to the current and potential future political tensions in these regions. So to what extent have you anticipated possible political unrest, military turbulence, and the ensuing security issues? Lastly, we support the proposed annual nature-based solutions and climate knowledge forum to bring together all actors working in this field. And in this regard, I would like to say that Belgium and our experts in the field in Mali are available and interested to participate in this forum and to support the program team in providing more detailed lessons learned. Now, concerning the project in Uganda, we clearly support this project, focusing on a key challenge in northern Uganda. However, we note that the impact of drought and deforestation is mentioned in the context analysis and the project description. So we would appreciate if this project could propose more concrete actions to mitigate the impact of drought and deforestation on this project, and to ensure that this project goes beyond a usual project on shea nut production. So additional attention devoted to this should ensure that this project is also relevant towards the biodiversity and land degradation Rio markers, which are currently ranked as 0, so no contribution from this project. It would be appreciated if the final project document could propose actions to allow a score of at least 1 for these 2 Rio markers. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Corentin. Catherine, you have the floor.
Yes, so Canada welcomes the work program for the LDCF. Thank you, Chiz, for the explanation on the important point raised by France on the SNAP assessment. We're glad to hear that the proposed project will not move forward until the concerns have been fully addressed. And then all our other points were made by fellow council members and the representative from CSO Network on the strong integration of gender equality, on these high co-financing amounts. And we're also very pleased to read about the strong GCF and GEF cooperation on some of these projects. So thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Sandra, floor is yours.
Thank you. We welcome the work program and thank Secretariat for the work done, as well as the OFPs and the implementing partners. We're also pleased that Netherlands over the years has been able to support the least developed countries through the LDCF. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there are still disbursements for the upcoming years coming from the agreement we have signed on LDCF. So I think we try to do our bit for LDCF, understanding that more needs to be done, but this is what we currently are doing. As usual, we ask Secretariat to strengthen further its efforts to reach out to private sector and to scale up finance in support of the LDCs. Therefore, we do appreciate the level of mobilization we see in this work program through the implementation by the multilateral development banks. However, we also call on Secretariat to further partner with others in the system. For instance, the UN Capital Development Fund that has extensive experience on the ground in scaling up finance, private finance for the least developed countries. We thank the Secretariat for having strong gender integration in the current work program. We really appreciate that. And we have a question still on the Madagascar project. Could Secretariat maybe explain which parts of the private or financial sector are intended to buy the Lemur bonds? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Next in line is Dauda. Then we will continue online with Barthelemy, then with Jonas and Rashid. Dauda, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Naomi. Thank you so much, GC, for this work program. I would like to take this opportunity to thank GEFSEC for presenting this work program for LDCF and SCCF, which I fully support. As a council member representing 9 countries, namely Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Chad, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Senegal, and the Gambia, which are all LDCF, we recognize that addressing environmental challenges facing this planet, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, chemical pollution, and waste, is a global challenge, as reflected in the staff report this morning, and therefore requires a collective responsibility irrespective of the economic status. From the consequence point of view, who are recipients of such funds, I would like to show appreciation of GEFSEC and the donors for supporting numerous projects in our various countries being implemented, which are changing lives and livelihood and enriching our environment, and this is highly cherished. While I recognize the security and political challenges facing some of these countries in my constituency, however, addressing environmental challenges facing my constituency, we really need necessary resources to address environmental problems which are making high positive impact in various countries. Going forward, we, however, encourage the involvement of CSOs and local people to enhance participation and ownership for long-term sustainability of this project. In conclusion, let us look at the environment issues as a small village where everyone is connected, and in a village, there is no boundaries. we are all connected. So I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dauda. I'll now give the floor to Barthélemy, who is joining us via Zoom. Barthélemy, vous avez la parole.
Merci Noémie. Merci beaucoup. Et je remercie le secrétariat du FEM d'avoir pensé à la création donc, de ces deux mécanismes financiers pour aider les pays les moins avancés. C'est des fonds qui financent beaucoup d'initiatives pour lutter contre les effets pervers du changement climatique. Et nous avons donc comme exemple des projets qui sont financés pour renforcer les systèmes d'alerte précoce au changement climatique afin de permettre une réponse rapide aux phénomènes météorologiques au regard donc des phénomènes, des cas extrêmes que nous vivons au quotidien donc dans la zone du bassin du Congo. Et vous savez que le bassin du Congo, c'est donc une région qui est riche en termes de biodiversité. Et donc, je pense que ce fonds est donc indispensable pour ce bassin pour pouvoir donc engager des actions donc, de conservation, éventuellement des actions de restauration donc, des terres et donc lutter efficacement contre donc, les risques climatiques. Nous avons constamment donc, dans ces régions des phénomènes extrêmes tels que donc, les inondations, éventuellement la sécheresse. Et donc, ce fonds est donc une opportunité pour ces pays pour faire face, bien évidemment, aux effets du changement climatique. C'est un modèle de financement très contextuel, donc pour améliorer les conditions d'existence des populations vulnérables face au changement climatique. Et donc, nous avons donc, on félicite le secrétariat donc, des différents résultats. Pardon, félicite. Et nous souhaitons que les efforts soient plus déployés pour qu'effectivement que les fonds soient mis à la disposition des pays. Et donc, je m'aligne derrière le présentateur tout à l'heure pour qu'effectivement que donc les fonds paiement soient triplés pour faire face aux nombreux défis que nous vivons au quotidien et que ces pays aussi de la circonscription Afrique centrale vivent au quotidien. Nous avons aussi penser à une coordination forte entre ce fonds et éventuellement donc, le mécanisme du DCF pour bonifier en action et en impact et obtenir donc une transformation plus contextuelle de nos écosystèmes, éventuellement donc d'amélioration des conditions de vie de nos concitoyens. Et donc, il est extrêmement important parce qu'effectivement, nous avons déjà au niveau de cette circonscription, il y a la Banque mondiale qui intervient dans ces régions pour essayer donc de mettre en avant, de valoriser les solutions basées sur la nature. Et donc, je pense que c'est des réponses déjà qui peuvent véritablement améliorer dans la résilience et donc réduire de façon drastique donc, la vulnérabilité des communautés qui sont donc qui font face au quotidien donc, aux effets du changement climatique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Barthélemy. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you. So we thank the Secretariat and welcome this work program. We note the important involvement of the World Bank and the significant co-financing mobilized, including from IDA. We are very encouraged by this and wondered if the Secretariat can please elaborate a bit from your perspective on the added value the LDCF has for IDA investments. This work program also illustrates how the LDCF manages to engage the private sector. We look forward to following the projects over time and are hopeful that the private sector involvement will have a positive impact on the sustainability of the projects. We encourage the LDCF to share this experience, including with other climate funds. We also appreciate the focus on fragile and conflict-affected countries and hope for sustainable results despite difficult contexts and a high risk rating. Lastly, we note that the highest share of funding has been implemented through the UNDP. So we would like to see more engagement by other agencies, and we are positive to the trend of more significant engagement of the IFIs. We'll have some more comments that we can submit in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. Rachid, you have the floor.
Merci Noémie. Je voudrais tout d'abord rejoindre les membres du Conseil qui m'ont précédé pour remercier le secrétariat pour la préparation de ce programme de travail. Je voudrais également souligner l'importance du travail effectué au niveau de ces deux fonds pour les pays en voie de développement bénéficiaires au regard de leur extrême vulnérabilité aux impacts des changements climatiques. Nous avons eu de belles expériences avec le SSTF, avec des projets qui ont permis d'accompagner les communautés locales en renforçant leur résilience et en leur ouvrant des perspectives prometteuses pour améliorer leurs conditions de vie. Je rejoins également les autres membres pour regretter le manque de ressources pour répondre aux besoins de toutes les requêtes. Et j'en profite pour inviter les pays donateurs à contribuer davantage à ces fonds. Et à la fin, je voudrais souligner l'importance de la coordination et la complémentarité avec les autres fonds, notamment le Fonds vert climat et le Fonds d'adaptation. Et à cet égard, nous pensons que le FEM, au regard de ses avantages comparatifs et de l'expérience cumulée pendant ces 20 dernières années, doit définir clairement les domaines dans lesquels il doit intervenir et où il aura plus de valeur ajoutée. Et peut-être que le STAP pourrait aider le FEM dans ce sens. Et merci.
Merci beaucoup, Rachid. And I don't see anyone else requesting the floor, neither on Zoom nor here in the president. So back to you, Chisanzola.
Thank you very much. In no order of comments being raised, I'd like to start to address some of the questions that have come to us. And there was a question, I think it was from Corentin in Belgium, about how we are prioritizing proposals that would come into the work program. So in the GEF A programming strategy document, there are certain criteria that we spelled out in terms of how we select and propose a work program. And there are certain key elements such as how when the project was technically approved, extenuating circumstances. And another key element is when there is a multi-trust fund initiative that will be presented. And we try our best to make sure that the MTFs come and be approved at the same council sessions as opposed to being spread apart. And another element is how much resources each country has cumulatively accessed from the LDCF, and that data is actually reported in the work program. And there's also the element of the urgency of our support being confirmed for other co-financing elements to move ahead. So there are a number of elements that we take into consideration in a holistic manner, and we propose a work program. And I also do have to say, when the resource packages are very small, there's a question of how many can we support with $40 million? Do we go with 2 or do we go with more by enabling other factors to come in to make sure that additional countries can receive support at this early juncture rather than waiting until a later phase? Thank you for a lot of comments recognizing the FCS context as well as risk. And we very much appreciate the positive feedback we have received so far. And I think there were a couple of questions regarding the bond. Do you want to take that one?
Bond, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the very valuable comment on the bond. At this stage, we cannot conclusively predict the investors that will buy the bonds, but based on the experience from the Rhino bond project, the asset managers, pension funds, and the banks from the US and Europe were most active in that deal. The bond benefits on the LDC element and final demand will depend on the final structuring of the bond and the risk assessment of the investment.
Yes, and I think there was a question from Jonas about the added value of blending or merging the LDCF and the IDA resources together. So a little bit of background. In the GEF 7 period, we actually did see a couple of proposals that came from the World Bank, and they were looking into specific IDA proposals and various elements that were related to climate change adaptation that were considered IDA eligible. And the World Bank TTLs took the initiative to try to merge the blend of resources between the IDA and the LDCF. That effort we very much appreciated because we thought that is actually one way to really enable the LDCs to be able to utilize some of their IDA resources to be better aligned with adaptation priorities. And in particular, we saw a lot of need for the nature-based solutions. But these are very, they take a lot of effort on the part of the World Bank. So what we did was that when it became clear that nature-based solutions as well as capacity institutions that are related to nature-based solutions in the adaptation sphere is probably a gap that the World Bank as well as the GEF can address in a very constructive manner. We did a fairly modest global initiative with the World Bank towards the end of GEF 7 period that would enable a certain level of technical assistance be provided so that larger number of countries, IDA eligible countries that would have access to LDCF can come to us with more explicit engagement entry points for nature-based solutions. And our primary role is to really enable the adaptation and adaptation priorities from the climate change perspective be better reflected in the IDA resource packages. And considering nature-based solutions are actually IDA eligible, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be always prioritized in the IDA sphere. So that enabled us to really bring the attention, if you will, as well as the visibility of the viability of nature-based solutions and adaptation actions. And we will do the capacity building, institutional development, as well as whatever risk-taking that might be necessary, whereas IDA will just bring in the resources that are aligned that will be part of the national package. So I hope that clarifies.
Just to appreciate the comment from Monsieur Lamba online. We appreciate your comment, and we do completely agree that as a GEF, we are very committed to delivering predictable resources to the most vulnerable and to ensure that we address the most urgent and prioritize adaptation priorities of these of the different countries that we target. Thank you.
Sorry for the back and forth. I think there was also a comment about additional partners from Sandra. Very well taken. We are always on the lookout to really expand the network as well as have more meaningful partnerships. And we take your comments on board on the potential, for instance, of the Capital Development Fund. And I think there was also a question regarding the. Now, this is where I start to have difficulties reading my own handwriting. Oh, I think it was a risk question and political instability and risk. You know, for the LDCF, we've had a number of projects and programs, well, I guess GEF as a whole. Once the country is unable to really address issues that are GEF relevant, there is usually a mechanism to suspend as well as to put on hold programming. And we've seen that happen in a number of countries. And we're cognizant that that option is always present. That said, because the LDCF and SCCF, particularly the LDCF, is operating in a higher percentage of high risk and highly volatile conflict context, projects that would come to us are being developed by institutions that have the experience working in that kind of more unstable environment. And we obviously go through the risk profile, and we also make sure that we have the local buy-in as well as the modalities put into place to enable as much delivery as possible, even under somewhat fragile environments. But we're also cognizant that there comes a point at which that certain things might not go through as originally planned, and that's when we need to have more of an adaptive management, which we also stress, as Staff pointed out. Thanks.
Thanks, Chis and Chola. There is no one else requesting the floor, so that concludes our list of speakers. Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Noemi. And with this, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/LDCF SACF 38/02. I see no objections. The work program for the LDCF SACF is approved. Thank you so much.
Chair, I believe that Evans, apologies, did you request the floor? Yes.
Yes, I did. Thanks, but yes, the decision is adopted, but I just raised the flag before the chair concluded. I wanted to speak as a recipient of the fund, and but also now as a council member. So I'll combine the two heads. But thanks very much. I wanted to thank the Secretariat for again presenting the work program and the work we are doing. Two, I wanted to thank once again the partners that have supported the ODCF, and again also the ACCF. I think we have seen from the documentary that was shown how impactful the ODCF can be on the ground from what we have seen. And I do recognize and see a number of partners in the room that have greatly contributed to the LDCF. I know them, but thanks very much. I'll not name you, but again, thank you very much. So as a recipient, I think the issues that were presented, just to provide to you a level of comfort. Under my chairmanship, when I picked from Senegal, end of 2023, that time we had started preparing a gender and youth strategy. And I've moved that. We have just concluded it in April, into May this year. So we have a gender and youth strategy, particularly for the LDCs. In that strategy, we have agreed that everything we do in the LDCs will respect gender at all levels: gender empowerment, inclusivity, youth, intergenerational equity, whole society approach in the negotiations, climate change negotiations, and then in the implementation of all our programs on the ground. So this will observe. So you can be rest assured that your support, when it comes, it will observe and respect that approach. We have done this with the UNIDO, and UNIDO is here, and they'll make sure we implement that together. So that is number one. Number two, again, the issue about the MDBs and the other agencies to expand the base from the traditional actors and players. I was looking around. We, Malawi, as operational focal point and also as chair, it took me last year or 2023 to approach the DBSA, Development Bank of Southern Africa, represented by Moho here in Southern Africa. We have given one of our projects from the LDCF, GF8 to the DBSA, just to make sure that we work also out of the traditional UNDP, World Bank, of course, IFAD and others. So we have a project with the DBSA. That's one example. So we'll also work towards expanding that. And my third comment is on the, I think this was a comment from Norway. The other comments about gender also, I think, came from Switzerland, and this was echoed by, I think, Canada, and I think Norway in particular. You mentioned about the collaboration with other funds. I'll tell you one thing, that the least developed countries are the champion of adaptation. No one else knows adaptation better than the LDCs. Why? Since 2001, 2, 3, 4, we are the ones who prepared the national adaptation programs of action. And I was in that team, 2003, 2004. We have moved, others have learned from us, and then we have championed the national adaptation plans. These are the LDCs, no one else. And the way we do our work, from the funds from here, the resources from here, we then spread across and also speak to, of course, the Adaptation Fund colleagues. We collaborate with the Green Climate Fund now and the others. And we have programs like the Life Fair. I think some of you are aware of the Life Fair and you do contribute to the Life Fair. I heard, I think someone mentioned the UNCDF, one of the interventions. So the LDCs, we have all these programs and we make sure we collaborate. So you can again be rest assured that the resources will work in that manner and we will collaborate. So those were my words of comfort to you. So you're not at risk when you contribute to the LDCF. With this, then I picked the figure from, because when I spoke in the podium, I would have invited the Secretariat to then give us an elaboration of the 7 projects so that we are waiting, but I didn't, but then she's presented that. And I think there's that $323 million or so, at least to make sure that each of the LDCs gets their $20 million in the remaining, how many months? It's 12 months until GF9 or 11 months for us to conclude those. And in Paris, I did mention that Malawi, that's the chair's country, Malawi, we have allocated our $20 million, but we still have, I think, 2 concepts that I'm holding also as operation focal point, because I know we have exhausted 20 million. So when I tell them, no, we have, they said, but you're the chair. Please get us more resources. And this is also the scenario with other countries in the group. Then I'm saying, I'm looking again around the table, and thanks Belgium, you are a great contributor, the Walloon region and others, I think France and others, Canada, you do contribute. So I'm just hoping that by tomorrow when we meet again, I know some of the capitals are still active now, some are not, but we are crossover. I do hope that tomorrow, at least someone or some, not one, will cover that $325 million. It's not much. If I count 10, you divide by 10 into 300, that's $30 million each. So I hope this will get tomorrow as we wait to go into GF9 next year, where we're looking to that maybe tripling or doubling again of the $20 million. So thank you very much. And I hope to hear good news from you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Evans, for your eloquent words. Highly appreciate it. Thanks so much. So with this, we conclude the agenda item on the work program for the least developed countries fund. Now, thank you, ladies. Now I'll pass it over to my co-chair for agenda item number 3, fiscal year 26 administrative budget and business plan for the LDCF and SCCF, Special Climate Change Fund. Over to you, sorry. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I'd like to invite Juan Pablo Hofmeister and Chizero Aeku, who are sitting there, from the GEF Secretary to present document GEF/LDCF SCCF 38/03 for the financial year 25 administrative budget and business plan for the Least Development Countries Fund and the Special Climate Change Fund. Over to you both now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair, and good afternoon, Council members. I have recently joined the GEF family, and this is my first time addressing the Council, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Juan Pablo Hofmeister, Senior Climate Change Specialist, and I look forward to working with you on supporting our important mandate. Today, I will be presenting the fiscal year 2026 administrative budget and business plan for the LDCF and SCCF. This, of course, marks the final year of the GEF8 period and a pivotal transition as we prepare for GEF9. Now, let's see if the clicker is cooperating with me. Yes. So let me now first provide a quick overview of some of the key accomplishments of fiscal year 2025. Allow me first to start by highlighting that during the fiscal year 2025, we successfully organized 2 major work programs requesting over 160 million in LDCF and SCCF resources, including the agenda item that we have just concluded, supporting 15 projects and programs across climate change vulnerable countries. We strengthened our global partnerships, particularly enhancing collaboration with fellow multilateral climate funds, including the GCF, through joint activities at COP29 in Baku, or engagement included, for example, the Share Climate Funds Pavilion and several coordinated high-level events. We also launched the 3rd round of the Climate Change Program for Adaptation Initiative, the Challenge Program, and implemented our GEF Climate Adaptation Technical Advisory Group, bringing together scientific expertise to inform strategic directions for the next for the GEF9 cycle. Equally importantly, we initiated the GEF9 program in strategy development, conducting extensive consultations with donors, recipients, and stakeholders to shape our 2026-2030 strategy. Now, the business plan that we have presented to the Council as part of this critical year where we conclude our current strategy and finalize future directions includes several key priorities. Number 1, strategy development, where we hope to complete the GEF9 programming strategy through the structured meetings, ensuring comprehensive stakeholder input and Council approval by spring of 2026. Portfolio management, we will continue reviewing project concepts and CEO endorsements, maintaining our commitment to timely, impactful project delivery while finalizing the implementation of our current 2022-2026 strategy. Global engagement, where we hope to participate actively in COP30 in response to UNFCCC guidance and advance our collaboration with multilateral climate funds, particularly exploring joint programming opportunities with them. Resource mobilization, where we hope to intensify our donor engagement to ensure sufficient resources meet our programming needs, especially as we face growing demands from LDCs and SIDS. We will also complete our 3 dedicated programs focusing on communications, visibility engagement, outreach, capacity support, and organizational learning and coordination. All of these critical elements as we transition to GEF9. So let me, I was too brief. I was trying to be brief, but not that brief. Let me then provide a quick overview of the budget requests we have in front of the council. For the fiscal year 2026, the budget request is of 6.5 million across both funds, representing a 6% decrease from fiscal year 2025, demonstrating our commitment to fiscal responsibility. For the LDCF, we're requesting 4.85 million, with the GEF Secretariat portion being at 3.94. For the SCCF, we're requesting 1.66 million, with the Secretariat portion being at 1.24. A significant portion of the Secretariat budget, 41% for LDCF and 20% for SCCF, is allocated to the dedicated programs. We hope with this proposed budget, we're reflecting our focus on strategic capacity building, communication, and organizational learning as we transition between strategy periods. Our budget, of course, also includes the allocations for staff at 280,000 total, trustee services at 758,000, and GEF Independent Evaluation Office at approximately 298,000. The reduction, of course, in the overall budget reflects lower personnel costs due to phased recruitment and our strategic focus on cost-effective program delivery. Mr. Co-Chair and Council members, in closing, we hope that the fiscal year 2026 balances fiscal responsibility with a strategic ambition. We are positioned to complete our current mandate successfully while laying strong foundations for GEF 9. We hope this budget will enable us to serve eligible countries effectively, advance our partnerships with other climate funds, and contribute meaningfully to the global adaptation finance architecture. The budget totaling 4.85 million for LDCF and 1.66 million for SCCF is now for Council consideration. Thank you for your time. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you for that presentation. I'd now like to open the floor for any comments or questions from Council. Naomi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. Floor is now open. Stéphane, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in French. Donc, merci beaucoup au secrétariat pour cette présentation. Nous sommes prêts à approuver le budget tel qu'il nous est proposé. Simplement, quelques observations et questions. Alors, du côté des points positifs, on apprécie évidemment l'effort évident de maîtrise des coûts, qu'il s'agit des coûts fixes, des coûts variables ou même de la masse salariale. Et dans les quelques exceptions de budget à la hausse, tels que le budget de communication, ça nous semble également tout à fait pertinent. Et comme je l'avais dit pour le budget du Main Trust Fund, c'est une évolution qui nous semble à soutenir, pertinente. Mais encore une fois, tout comme on l'avait remarqué pour le Main Trust Fund, nous trouvons que le budget tel qu'il est présenté est parfois difficile à lire et à interpréter. Et on souhaiterait vraiment que dorénavant, dans tous les documents budgétaires, on puisse avoir une vision claire des postes équivalents temps plein en prévisionnel et en réalisé, donc sur le passé et sur le futur. Parce que sans cette information capitale, on a du mal à interpréter la sous-exécution chronique qui a été notamment particulièrement marquée cette année. Et par ailleurs, sur le cas spécifique du STAP, là aussi on a une interrogation puisque sur l'année prochaine, il est demandé une augmentation de la masse salariale de 13%, qui n'est pas expliquée a priori par une évolution des équivalents temps plein, mais simplement par la hausse du coût de la vie. Et là aussi, c'est un peu difficile à interpréter, sachant que, encore une fois, on n'a pas d'explication sur la sous-exécution 2025. Voilà, je m'arrête là, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane. We will now continue with the CSO Network, followed by Jonas and Nicholas. CSO Network, floor is yours.
Thank you, Remy. I will be speaking Spanish. Desde la red de la sociedad civil del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial, agradecemos el compromiso continuo del secretariado del Fondo, de los miembros del Consejo, del administrador fiduciario y de sus socios, en impulsar las prioridades de adaptación climática en los países menos desarrollados y los pequeños estados insulares de desarrollo. El presupuesto administrativo y el plan de trabajo para el año fiscal 2026 refleja avances importantes en la mejora de la entrega operativa, la programación de recursos y la coordinación entre los mecanismos de financiamiento climático. Desde la perspectiva de las comunidades locales y de los actores de sociedad civil que trabajan directamente en el fortalecimiento de la resiliencia climática, presentamos las siguientes recomendaciones. Reconocimiento de avances positivos. La programación de más de 160 millones de dólares en el año fiscal 2025 y la propuesta de 39,99 millones para el año fiscal 2026 refleja una respuesta positiva frente a las urgentes necesidades de adaptación de los países menos desarrollados, aunque se observa un déficit de financiamiento significativo para el año fiscal 2026. Valoramos los esfuerzos del secretariado por optimizar los costos, promover la transparencia y fortalecer la colaboración interinstitucional, especialmente mediante el programa de desafíos para la innovación en adaptación y las iniciativas conjuntas con otros fondos climáticos. El enfoque en el aprendizaje, la divulgación estratégica y el intercambio de conocimientos dentro de los programas dedicados representa un avance hacia el fortalecimiento de capacidades adaptativas sostenibles. Oportunidades para mejorar la implementación. La ejecución parcial del presupuesto del año fiscal 2025, aproximadamente 65% en el caso de los países menos desarrollados del fondo, atribuido a la falta de recursos, ha generado demoras en la implementación, lo que puede limitar el apoyo oportuno a las comunidades más vulnerables. Las restricciones presupuestarias y el aplazamiento de proyectos han ralentizado el progreso en varios países, afectando los resultados esperados. Recomendamos e instamos a tomar medidas en los aspectos clave. Los donantes del Fondo para los países menos desarrollados y el Fondo Especial para el Cambio Climático deben cumplir con su compromiso de triplicar sus contribuciones al financiamiento climático, tanto como se acordó en Bakú el año pasado. Ambos fondos deben establecer modalidades de acceso simplificadas para las organizaciones comunitarias y de base, incluyendo apoyo técnico y fortalecimiento de capacidades adecuadas. Integrar de manera más sistemática la igualdad de género, la participación juvenil y la inclusión de los pueblos indígenas en los procesos de programación con indicadores claros y mecanismos eficaces de seguimiento. Garantizar una participación significativa de las comunidades de base en el desarrollo continuo de la estrategia de programación de los dos fondos, el Fondo para los Países Menos Desarrollados y el Fondo Especial para Cambio Climático. El secretariado de los fondos debe apoyar a través del programa dedicado a la divulgación y al fortalecimiento de capacidades el empoderamiento de las organizaciones locales de la sociedad civil, a las mujeres, a los jóvenes, a los pueblos indígenas, permitiéndoles participar activamente en la toma de decisiones, en el diseño, en la implementación y en el seguimiento de los proyectos. Reiteramos nuestro compromiso hacia una colaboración constructiva con el Fondo para los Países Menos Desarrollados y también para el Fondo Especial de Cambio Climático y sus socios. Reforzar la participación inclusiva es esencial para aumentar la integridad, eficacia e impacto a largo plazo de estos instrumentos claves para el financiamiento climático. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, María. We'll now continue with Jonas, Nicholas, and Sandra. Jonas, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the administrative budget and business plan for FY26, which we are ready and happy to approve. Just have a couple of questions. Given limited financial resources, to what extent has the Secretariat looked at the possibility of combining activities with some of the other climate funds in addition to what is already proposed, to allow for further savings. Also a linked question on whether or not there is a priority list of activities to be undertaken by the Secretariat in this context. Lastly, I know this was raised on Monday as well, but we would like to get a better understanding of the reason for the increase in trustee costs in FY26, as we don't fully understand the explanation that has been given in the report. But again, very happy to approve the work program, and thank you very much. Sorry, to approve the administrative budget and business plan. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Jonas. Nicholas, first.
Thank you, Noemi. Germany also welcomes and supports the budget proposal. We also have a few remarks on it, though. So one thing we saw is that I guess there's also a hiring freeze at the LDCF and SCCF, which is of course prudent, seeing the uncertainties. At the same time, we understand that also we have quite a lot of workload. In that sense, good to have you on board, Juan Pablo, and we have to manage the workload for staff secretariat, so we would just kind of like to hear how you do that exactly, not taking on any further people, but still having possibly increasing workloads. And we also note that there's a strong reduction in the IT budget, which we were wondering about, because of course, for a modern operation, IT is extremely important, both for internal organization, but also for programming and project management. So maybe you could explain that. And lastly, we would also support France's point on the apparent strong increase in the staff budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicholas. Sandra, floor is yours.
You. We thank Secretariat for the proposed administrative budget and commend the Secretariat for its prudent financial management and the decrease in the budget compared to the previous budget. We also appreciate Secretariat's efforts to continue and further enhance collaboration with the Green Climate Fund through the long-term vision on the exploration of options to facilitate joint programming in GEF 9 that could be reflected in the GEF 9 LDCF SSCF programming strategy. We appreciate the progress on the joint investment planning. So better like this? Should I repeat?
We heard you, Sandra, okay. But we hear you now even better. So thank you.
Thank you. Like France and Norway and Germany, we have noted that there's an increase in costs for staff and the trustee. So we're looking forward to an explanation. In part, we understand the explanation for the trustee cost, but not entirely, because there's only reference to a higher balance. So indeed, like those countries asked, we as a seat would also like to have a little bit more information. Other than that, we stand ready to approve the administrative budget and the business plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. We heard you well, loud and clear. And there's no one else requesting the floor for this agenda item, as far as I can see. So back to you, Gis and Juan.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the very positive feedback. Let me just sort of address a couple of comments before I hand it over to Chase. Point well taken, and we will work on improvements we can to improve the readability of the documents and ensuring that we do this, of course, in line with the documents that are presented for the broader council. I will, of course, will be asking our staff and trustee colleagues to say a few words to addressing those questions from council members. With regards to combination on with the work with the climate funds, this is certainly something that we are looking to do. As I said, we're actually emphasizing going forward a lot of activities where we can align on programming, not so much just sort of the things that you do at the COP, which of course are important to communicate the work, but to put further emphasis on coordinating or programming with them. So we hope to, this is something we certainly are prioritizing. In terms of prioritizing of activities, yes, of course, I mean, a lot of this is task focused, but we're putting a lot of emphasis on partnerships, as you will see in the business plan. We are making emphasis, of course, in how we leverage a partnership with the World Adaptation Science Program and partnerships of the such to maximize the impact over work. Thank you very much from the feedback from civil society. I think I will let Chis speak to this, as this is actually also part of the broader efforts of the GEF family of funds, as well as on the issue of sort of how we are aligning staffing and responding to these constraints, as of course we follow her able leadership in management in the operations of the SCCF and LDCF. So over to you, Chis.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a response from staff regarding the question from France and a couple of other countries regarding the increase. And the increase in staff salaries reflects the expected step increases in the UN salary structure, as well as considering the fact that the staff secretary and admin staff provide support for LDCF and SCCF. And that element was not considered in the previous budget presented and approved by council. So the staff will ensure that they're clear on future budget as requested on the increases, as well as any other elements that might come. On the trustee questions that have come, Jane, I will ask Jane to come in after I clarify additional questions that were raised. On the on questions from Nicholas, so there is a hiring freeze, and we are proposing we're basically not creating any more posts. On your question, I think in a way we have been fortunate because we also have a donor-funded position that has been supported by Japan, and that's enabling us to have extra pair of hands, if you will, to enable us to operate more efficiently. And then the family of funds concept at the end of the day means a lot of the policy elements, as well as my own time or cost shared across the different funds. And that was actually enabling us to go ahead and move towards the final year of GEF 8. And I am confident that with the given amount of workforce we have, we're also fortunate to have Juan Pablo and others joined the team recently. And they also bring a lot of experiences working with in the GCF, as well as the complementary climate funds experiences. So we have a very good cadre of staff that could actually address the work program, not the work program, the business plan in front of you with full engagement. And I think this is the response I can give to you in terms of what's happening in terms of the workload and the cadre of staff we have. The question on the IT budget, each and every year, the amount changes because for the portal updates, we have a conversation with ITS who supports the portal management to ask about costing for the work that would need to be done on that fiscal year. So it's based on the specific needs as well as updates that would need to be done to serve the LDCF and SCCF needs. And this is a reflection of what's considered for the task needed for the next fiscal year. And you will see differentiation from a year to year, and that's also true for the GBFF budget that you will have tomorrow. So there are questions on prioritization that came from Jonas. Ultimately, from the programming side, our utmost priority is to ensure that all countries will have access to the LDCF as well as CCF. And we have the ability to support innovative projects in programming that would tap into private sector as well as more of innovative financial instruments, so on and so forth. I don't get the sense that what we have presented to you in terms of the business plan includes nice to do elements. These are all things that we're committed to deliver. And this is based on what we promised at the start of the GEF-A period, as well as elements we know we need to do in order for us to have the sequence of meetings for the refinement and agreement of the programming strategy by spring of next year. So we are actually committed and ready to undertake all the activities that have been included in the business plan. And I think we had very good comments from the CSO network. Your comments about the simplifying access, as well as really working with the community IPLCs and community groups, those points are very well taken. And one of the things that we're proposing in the GEF-9 LDCF SCCF programming strategy really touches on these two issues you have raised. And on the question of participation of youth in the GEF-A period, we decided that it's worth our while for the LDCF and SCCF projects to have age bands on the beneficiaries, as well as people who are engaged in the LDCF and SCCF projects, because that's literally the only way for us to have a comprehensive picture of youth, as well as different age groups that are engaged in the project management, as well as project beneficiaries. So we've integrated that into the results framework, and we will continue to do so, because that is the only way for us to be able to have, concrete, quantifiable data to discuss the youth engagement in the projects and programming. And we also very much appreciate the commitment for the CSO network to continue to work with the LDCF and SCCF. So with that, Jane? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I will answer the questions on the increase in the trustee budget. As you correctly mentioned, most of the increase in the trustee budget is arising out of the investment management fees. The way we calculate investment management fees is 4.5 basis points on the average annual balance of the trust fund. When we are doing the budget, we do a projection of what the balance will be. And towards the end of the year, we actually check the actual, and that's what is going to be reflected in the, for example, for the FY25 actuals. You will realize that for the LDCF, the actual investment management fees is higher than what we had projected, because the average liquidity of the fund itself was higher than the projected. It was 1.06 billion compared to the balance of 1.02 billion we had projected. Similarly to the SCCF, it's also the same situation. The balance, the average balance, which was actual, was more than what we had projected. Hence the slight increase in the actuals. The FY26 budget is a projection, and at the end of FY26, we will also adjust for the actuals.
Thank you very much, Chis, Juan Pablo, and Jane. With that, I don't see anyone else requesting the floor. So that will conclude the list of speakers for today. Back to you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. And thank you also, Yuan, Chiz, and Jane, for your presentations and the useful comments that were made. I now invite the Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GEF/LDCF SCCF.38/03 for your approval. I don't hear any objections, so approved. And that concludes the meeting for today. So I'll hand back over to Naomi for the approach in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. We were very efficient today. Thank you. We finished 15 minutes before what we anticipated. So tomorrow we will continue discussing LDCF, SECF. We will start sharp at 9 a.m. Zoom link, as always, will open at 8 a.m. So enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.